I'd like to call this, I just did, can you hear me now? Hello?
Hello?
No.
No.
Jim hasn't turned it on yet. He hasn't turned it on. Hello? Hello? Jim? Jim? Oh,
Oh, there you go.
there we go. Thank you. Yeah. Well, good evening. I'd like to call this Northfield Township Board of Trustees meeting to order. It's September 24th, and let's stand for the invocation and pledge. Can you hear me, Mr. Dockett? Did you flip the switch? Okay. Dear God, we thank you for this opportunity to serve our fellow citizens. We ask your wisdom and guidance as we deal with the issues that are coming before us tonight. Amen. Okay. Please call the roll, Clerk Manley.
Chick. Here. Otto. Present. Bellinger.
Here.
Dockett.
Here.
Zelenak.
Present.
Manley. Here. Chockley.
Here.
All here.
Thank you. All right. I'd like to make a motion to adopt the balance of the agenda as distributed.
What is the balance? Are you talking about this?
I'm talking about the rest of the agenda. We just did call to order, invocation and pledge.
So if I want to pull something out of the consent agenda, when do I do that?
When we get to the consent agenda.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Thanks.
So do I have a second?
I'll support.
Okay. Motion by Chockley, support by Manley. Any discussion?
I just think there's a lot of items on this agenda.
Okay.
So, I mean, having the master plan as well as the marijuana ordinances, I think will be challenging personally. I think that's a lot. It certainly was a lot of reading material as well, so
Good.
we'll see how we go.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
No, I would like to say that I agree with Lenore. When we have the marijuana on, we should give the people in the audience the time to go through it, say what they have to say. And that'll take an hour and a half or so. So I don't think we should have two big things like that on the agenda either. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dockett. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Mr. Dockett's opposed. Okay. Okay, we have two opposed, Zelnok and Dockett. Okay, it passes. All right. The next item is the consent agenda, and I will make a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
I had questions on the minutes.
Okay. Does anyone have questions on the manager report?
Yes, I'd like to pull the manager's report.
Okay, I'm going to move them both to the end of our agenda, make them 7 and 8.
The manager's report and the minutes are moved to the end of the agenda?
Yes,
I would recommend...
the end of the agenda.
I would recommend the minutes be moved ahead so that we can approve those.
Right.
The manager's report, I'd be fine with that being moved to the end. Because the
Okay.
real item I want to talk about is the
Okay,
meeting, so.
let's take the minutes right now then. And we will move the manager report to number 7. Okay, minutes, what's up?
Okay, and this is on the first page. I just wanted a clarification. It is in the second bullet under board member response. It said that, let me see, comment on the process used, the board involved. Let's see, I'm trying to get to it. Where it says, Burns explained that the county clerk asked the township clerk to approve the ballot language by August 13th deadline. He asked the clerk and the supervisor to call a special meeting. It was my understanding that he only called the supervisor
He
for that special meeting.
would be Burns. ask the clerk. No, Paul did speak to me about a special meeting too.
Okay. Because I think
But I
when we asked about it, we asked why you didn't call the special meeting.
Right, we discussed
If
why
we
I didn't
talked
call
to-
it, but he did
Okay.
talk to me about calling it.
Okay. That was
Okay.
it.
Do we have any more discussion on the minutes?
I don't have a question, so I'll wait till the manager's report.
Let who,
So we need to approve the minutes,
right, we need to approve the minutes.
So,
Did,
Any other changes?
any other changes to, well, there's been no changes to the minutes, so,
Why, there should be a change to the minutes.
well, then where?
Because the manager said, it says in here, let me see.
what page are you on, Mr.
The
Dockett?
township manager came up with the policy,
Page 2,
excuse me, it's not that,
maybe 3.
I will cancel it.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor of adopting the minutes as distributed? Do I need a second? I need a second.
I'll support.
Motion by Chockley, support by Manley. Okay, all in favor of adopting the minutes as distributed, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No, thank you, that passes 7-0. Okay, and we're moving the manager report to number 7. Okay,
Got a question.
yes?
Can I ask Mr. Burns if this is something that we may need to worry about? Campaign finance reform? Hand this down.
Could-
The last bullet on here, it may pertain to tonight's meeting, so I wanted to ask.
Okay, let's just pass that down, and if it pertains, he may interrupt us later. Okay?
Doesn't have enough.
Here, just pass this down.
Yeah, the very last bullet. It could be, could interfere with a lot of things.
Do we have enough?
You can have mine.
Okay.
I'll look over Mr. Dackett's shoulder. We'll share. Thank you.
Okay. So now is an opportunity for call to the public. So any member of the public may address the board at this time, but this is not an opportunity for questions and answers or dialogue. So please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less, and I will let you know. I'm turning on the timer, and green is good, yellow is you're almost done, and red, it will buzz. So I'll let it go all the way to the buzz, and I'd like to just warn you. Thank you.
John Gura, 7659 Edmonds. So me and a couple of guys were watching the game this weekend, and we decided to order pizza. James stood up and asked, mushrooms or pepperoni? Me and the others answered, pepperoni. When the pizza came, we opened it up, and it was just mushrooms. James just shrugged and said, yeah, I don't like pepperoni. So today I'd like to talk about an important issue, communication. Specifically, the new town square known as social media. Back in the dark ages, way back in the 1990s, people relied on the news media and town halls to get the opinions and stances of their elected officials. Laws and acts would be passed, and there would be interviews and articles with sound bites and blurbs of what people needed to hear information. We don't live in the dark ages anymore. Widespread instant communication and information is available on devices that everyone in this room owns. Your constituency should not be left in the dark about what decisions you're making and what information is leading you to make those choices. The platforms exist. If you run for office, it's because you believe you're responsible enough to lead. Don't do it from the dark. If you think your decisions are well researched and what's best for the community, be loud and proud about them. You should be active or at least available on social media to help people understand why you would choose to ignore the will of the people on any given topic. You should expect pushback on some of your unpopular opinions too, but as leaders, you should be open to new information and have the ability to change your stance when presented with facts that may run opposed to what you believe. If you refuse to use the tools available to your constituents to more easily communicate with them, someone else will do it for you. I've personally spent the last week under the alias of James the Lemon, a sour guy from Whitmore Lake, just doing what I can to save Northfield. I tried to speak as if I was in the same mindset as some of the community and board members in front of me tonight. in order to help you defend your positions, since it's hard to find a vote yes voice online. And I got to tell you, it was not well received. Some people flat out hate the ideas you've espoused. Minority rule, off-season elections to try and sway the decisions of our board, board members voting on their own uneducated personal beliefs rather than facts, prohibition. Anyone from the Save Northfield group is more than welcome to join the same open public forums that I've used to try and correct anything that I've misstated. But I have to say, I've tried to be 100% intellectually honest to your campaign. Anyone who believes they don't need to defend their ideas or choices while holding a publicly elected seat, or that doesn't feel as if they can handle the public backlash for making choices their constituency doesn't like, should grow a thicker rind. And in case you're wondering about James and the pizza order, James is not in charge of the phone anymore.
Okay. What's your address, Mr. Gura?
7659 Edmonds.
7659. Okay, thank you.
Mary Devlin, 9211 Brookside Drive. I want to start by saying the board meeting 2 weeks ago was one of the worst I've seen. It was not only disgusting, it was an embarrassment as far as I'm concerned for the new business owner attending his first township board meeting. What an impression of this board to leave with. A board member, in my opinion, owes Paul Burns, the township attorney, an apology. There is a big difference in asking questions and browbeating. Whether it is our township attorney or Paul Lipson or company representatives giving a presentation, apparently there is selective memory on the part of some board members that have forgotten that they are not the experts. Also, more display of professionalism would definitely be a plus. Lastly, on November 5th is an important issue for our township residents. Just a reminder that to vote yes is to ban marijuana businesses in our township. Once again, a vote yes is to ban. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please. Okay.
My name is Dan McLean. I live at 9650 Main Street. And we've lived here since 2011. And luckily I worked hard enough to be able to retire January of 2019.
Okay.
So it's obvious that marijuana is a very divisive subject. And it's not quite sure I understand the reason. My wife and I have been trying to educate ourselves about the pros and cons. We attended the township board meeting in the spring when both sides presented very different perspectives. And one thing for sure is that marijuana is here now, and it's here to stay, and it's legal. We attended last Thursday's meeting and now in the now vacant video store building at Barker and Main. Our takeaway from both meetings is that having a dispensary in the downtown Main Barker area would likely be the safest, best maintained, and best potential to draw in or support other businesses that we currently have in the entire downtown district. The licensing regulations and safety requirements associated with a dispensary are, frankly, pretty overwhelming. And since there are businesses interested in locating here, it seems like a no-brainer to not allow, but to encourage and pursue them to do so. It's likely that probably 99% of Whitmore Lake residents do not live in downtown. However, we all pay property taxes for the support of the entire township. We do, my wife and I, live in downtown. And since I retired, we walk around the town quite often, many times a week. There are very few downtown businesses that present themselves well from the streets as folks drive down through our town. That is not typical at all. We see run-down storefronts, buildings, windows boarded up, covered up with cardboard from the inside, siding hanging off or covered with visqueen that is flapping in the breeze, tarps over the roofs instead of shingles, old township cease and desist orders that are faded and falling off of buildings. It's obvious that we're not paying attention to what's going downtown. While I'm on the blight side of things here, another great impression that we see when we come walking or driving into Whitmore Lake from the south and we get off at Barker. The first thing you see when you turn the corner is that house with the trees growing through the gutters and through the windows and weeds growing 2 feet tall and a real estate sign out in front that someone's trying to sell it, but who's going to sell that? Who's going to buy it, as bad as it looks? And that's the first impression we get of Whitmore Lake as a visitor comes through, or the traffic's routed because of another accident on 23 or whatever the case may be. But all I'm saying is that marijuana business in this town is something that we absolutely need. And I have never done marijuana, I don't intend to, but it's just something that's legal and it's going to be here. We should pay attention to that.
Next.
Dana Forrester, 9255 Lakewood Drive. I want to follow up on his statement because I am a downtown Main Street business. Oh, thank you. And there are very few of us. And I have spoken to most of the businesses, board members, and I want to list pretty much all of them are in support of marijuana businesses. So I've got Lovely Monkey Tattoo, my business, Max Marina, Dee's Ice Cream, Rick's Bait Shop, Little Porky's, Driftwood Marina, Polly's. There's a couple that they were worried about Northfield Township backlash, so they told me I'm going to say their names, so hopefully you're not going to backlash at them. Domino's, Whitmore Lanes in Coney Island, Bobber Down, Dockets, Mary Check, who owns the whole Family Video building complex, employees of Marco's, employees of Peaberry, and of course Grow Green, which is not downtown. Additionally, the library and Living Water Church have indicated in past statements that they are not opposed to marijuana business. So we are downtown, we want business, we want the traffic, we want the tax revenue, we want an improvement in our downtown. So I urge board members considering zoning and whether to have marijuana here to listen to the businesses that are here. We want it.
Thank you.
James Trunco, 9255 Lakewood Drive. And I just want to, you probably heard me say this before, but I just want to reiterate it for those who perhaps weren't here in the crowd. I just wanted to know, what is the fear about having cannabis businesses in town? They're locked down, covered with surveillance cameras, which law enforcement often call upon for assistance due to their extensive coverage of exterior areas. They employ local people as employees, including builders, electricians, plumbers, carpenters, and just, employees. They drive more car and foot traffic into town, which in turn provide patronage to other local businesses like bars and restaurants. They will provide revenue for the township by way of licensing fees and tax revenue. They'll provide a safe environment for those wishing to purchase the legal in Michigan products. And what about our children? Oh, our children. I love our children. Possessing cannabis is already legal for minors in Michigan. Your neighbor or the person down the street is probably growing it in their garage, and that is within easy access of our children. It's far safer for it to be locked down in a dispensary or grow facility, and your local pot dealer probably has more to sell than weed. And by that, I mean illegal guns, heroin, and other hard drugs. And the dispensaries themselves often look like day spas and fine dining establishments. They usually don't have a big green pot leaf painted on them that says weed. They look nice, like an Apple store, most of them do. And and you're worried about the ag zone? It's already zoned for adult entertainment establishments. You don't see a bunch of strip clubs there, do you? And even if you lived next door to a grow facility, you probably wouldn't even know. They're enclosed, nondescript buildings with only a few employees. There won't be a bunch of cars coming and going all the time. They only have a few people who even work there. And the air won't smell either, due to environmental restrictions already in place, and they all often utilize industrial air scrubbers and filters. And again, they'll also employ local people, provide licensing fees and tax revenue. So I'm just wondering again, how is any of that bad?
Thank you. Next.
CC Koenig, 9540 Main Street.
Hold the microphone up to your mouth so everybody can hear. Yeah.
CC Koenig, 9540 Main Street. I don't think there's anything wrong with marijuana I lived in California for 15 years. That being said, I also know that Humboldt County is almost to this date, the largest.
Are you going to tell her?
Yeah, you
what?
got to hold it. Pull it out.
Humboldt County.
Pull it
in
out.
Humboldt County in California is historically the largest producer of marijuana. It's known. It's what it's known for. It is also an incredibly poor area. Having these businesses, growers, dispensaries, and all these other things does not equal tons of tax revenue. I would not, in the future, have a problem seeing these things in Whitmore Lake. I do not think right now is the time to have them. All of the benefits
Ms.
that were
Koenig.
mentioned,
Okay, look up here. Though.
all of the benefits that were mentioned by the previous speakers, bringing in builders and all these other things, happen with every single business. They don't just happen with businesses associated with marijuana dispensaries and growers. I would like to see more of the boutique shops that we have had in the downtown. I want to see more of those things. My fear is that putting all of our eggs in a marijuana basket to generate tax revenue is short-sighted. You want people to come in town and spend money at the dispensary, so on and so forth, and do what? Spend money on other things in other shops, in other places. We need those other places. We need those things. I would like my board to focus on a grocery store that has a produce section that is larger than the alcohol section, with all due respect to Polly's. It's very convenient. But another member also brought up the point that what are we projecting to the people that are going to be coming into Whitmore Lake? I do not think right now that to put all of the emphasis on the growers and the dispensaries, I think it is premature, and I would like the board to consider that.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anyone else like to speak tonight?
Hi there, my name is Shannon Koenig. I also live at 9540 Main Street, and that is right downtown. And I am going to reiterate what my sister has just said, but with a little bit of maybe a different emphasis. Also, I don't have a problem with legalized marijuana. I don't have a problem with marijuana businesses as a business. However, we have, unfortunately, an anemic downtown, and I know everyone in the board in the town wishes that it were otherwise, and that we are struggling in a world where Amazon is king to try and find ways for businesses to thrive. And so far, we have not been successful in doing that. But I also agree with Cece, and I've only recently started to come up to speed. If I am correct, right now we've said yes to 56 licenses within the town. I know this isn't question and answer time, but that's my understanding. We also don't live in a vacuum. So surrounding areas have said no. They've said no, which means there's a lot of pressure on Whitmore Lake to say yes. And my hunch is that if the board says yes, we will be inundated with these people who could not get in to these other small towns. And in an area where we're not in Ann Arbor, we don't have a diversity of businesses to support a certain amount of marijuana businesses, we will become the area known to come in and get your marijuana and probably just leave. I don't think it's going to create the thriving business that people are hoping for. And you can see another person spoke who also is downtown. We see things a little bit differently. So I'd like the board to please keep this in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have anyone else? Hello.
My name is Coyote Winsong, 320 Delaware, Whitmore Lake. I just wanted to thank the committee that put that meeting together last Thursday. I thought it was very well done. And a couple of the points that really stood out to me were how a facility would look and how you would not even be able to identify it as a place where you could go in and buy marijuana, and that they were renovating older properties and making them look very new. They were clean, they were inviting, but there was nothing on the outside that made anybody aware that that was someplace that you would go in and buy marijuana. My son does low voltage wiring, which involves cameras and security systems, and he's worked in a number of different facilities in Michigan. And he said the other two companies, Liberty was the one that was profiled on Thursday, but the other two companies he's worked with also have very elegant facilities that are very clean, inviting, upscale. The other point that I took away was that marijuana is legal. The medical marijuana was legal when that law was passed, and now marijuana is legal, and your neighbors are allowed to grow it. So it is here in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else?
Good evening, Dave Gordon, Helena Road. I'm really glad all the people are here to discuss the pot situation in the township. That's not what I came up here to talk about, but I'm glad you're all here. Because there's something else that's happening that's on the agenda tonight, which seems like it's way too many things on the agenda because it's very large. It's called the master plan. This is a document, it's over 100 pages long. It's the vision of our community, generated by the Planning Commission. And it lays out how we're going to be looking in terms of preservation and growth in the next 20 years or so. It's updated every 5 years. The first fellow that got up here to talk was talking about the information age. I wish we were actually in the information age in this township, but if you go to the township website and you look up the master plan, you still have the old version online. If anybody was actually interested in seeing what's in this document, they wouldn't be able to do it online. That's not good. I would like to direct you to page 15 of the master plan because it's existing land use. And it shows dramatically that between 2000 and 2008, agriculture, the number of acres in agriculture in this township dropped almost in half. It dropped from 50%, nearly 50% of the community to about 30%. Whereas single-family residential jumped from 11% of the acres in this community to nearly 60%. And this board consists on moving forward and trying to promote growth and spending almost nothing on preservation. I was at the Pittsfield Heritage Day this Sunday at a historic farm that's been there since 1832. It's now a museum and it's completely surrounded by subdivisions. That's what farming is like in Pittsfield now. It's a museum. That's not what the people here want. We have a large number of people here who would like to not only see a rural character, but a viable farmland community. This board has been reluctant to spend $3,000 for farmland preservation, but is voted and is pushing to spend $8 million to expand the sewer system. You voted a month ago to spend 200 grand on a study for a retention basin that's going to cost the current customers here $5 million. And I would guarantee you that the majority of people here don't know that they're about to get hit with that bill. We don't need it. We're not polluting. The world is on fire. We're in the midst of a 6th mass extinction, and we need to be talking about survival. Instead of spending millions on sewage, we should be putting a solar panel on the roof. We should have electric police cars, and we'd still have millions of dollars left over for a waterfront park. Your priorities are wrong, and you're making decisions based on the 20th century. This is the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Lawrence Walter, 412 East Shore Drive. A lot of the things that I wanted to say tonight have already been hit on, so I am going to just make one simple point. I've heard a lot going back and forth about a history of a certain term in this township, not in my backyard. I would posit a very simple question. Since I've been here, I've only been here for a year, and it's empty. There's nothing here. I mean, there are some businesses, but there are a lot more closed businesses than open. And I would posit a very simple question. If not marijuana businesses in your backyard, when are we going to start deciding about something that we can put in our backyard? Because right now it's just nothing. And that's really it. I appreciate the last gentleman who said that there's really just a market of subdivisions. That's all we're doing, just building more housing for people to move in who can't do anything locally. And I would like to see that change. And if a marijuana business is the catalyst to make that happen, I would be 110% for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Barbara Wodka, 5985 Leland Drive. And I would like to ask everybody, why did you move to Northfield? I know why we did 32 years ago. It was a sleepy little town, quiet, peaceful, and safe. Not necessarily fancy, which worked for us, but respectful. And I'm sure most people feel that way. But if we don't keep marijuana businesses out, our community will be run by and at the mercy of big business who is using our township for their monetary gain. I know they quote these things where they're going to be hiring locals and blah, 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 but they are all from outside our township. They are going to descend on us, and the money is huge. Not necessarily for the township is it huge, but definitely for the outside interest companies who want to invade and use our township for their grow operations. Everybody talks about the beautiful little storefronts and all that. Not too many people talk about grow operations, and they are very intrusive and will completely alter the lifestyle and makeup of Northfield Township. They are the ugly, ugly underbelly of marijuana. Unfortunately, not with you so much, but the history of our township board is not something to be proud of. They turned down a Meijer store at 23 in North Territorial. They wouldn't negotiate with Grand Sakwa to build homes, both of which would have brought in taxes. Now these same people who were against these things are supporting marijuana businesses, and I'm baffled. They didn't want growth then. They wanted to keep Northfield country, which that's why we moved here too. But no growth is backward growth, and that's exactly what happened. And now we are put ourselves in a corner where we look like pickings, clean pickings for whoever wants to come in, because we can't seem to make our mind up about whether we're going to opt in or opt out. And we've got all these outside businesses and companies that are saying, we're going to pick on them because they look pretty weak. And so they think that marijuana is going to be the Northfield Township salvation. It is not. We will forever be changed, especially in the agricultural areas. We will forever be changed and unrecognizable to those of us who chose this community for our place to live. And I don't think marijuana businesses are a good fit for our township. It's not going to bring the downtown back, like someone else said. That's a lost cause. We've tried and tried with different things. It's a lost cause. Just tear it down and put in homes. Just give it up. If they didn't want Meijer, which would have started a whole ball rolling of businesses, then forget it. And like someone else said, if they wanted to buy marijuana, they could go to Ann Arbor.
Thank you. Who else?
Mary Check. I live at 9615 Main Street, downtown. I don't think we should tear downtown down. I think we need to work with. I've been a small business owner for 30 years. I own MRCA properties. I own properties all throughout southeastern Michigan, and I chose to live at 9615 Main Street. That property, yes, there is a business that's interested in moving in. I take great pride in my property. I take great pride in where I live. I grew up in Detroit. I saw how things can fall apart. That will not happen. I will not let that happen to my building.
Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
If I can't hear you,
Then nobody
that
else
means
can.
nobody at TV land can
Can we
hear
start
you.
that again then?
Excuse me.
Can we
No.
start my time again?
No, just pull the microphone out and hold it up to your mouth.
Is that better?
No, hold it up to your mouth. Thank you. There you go.
Okay, so I've been a small business owner for 30 years, okay? I own residential rental properties all throughout southeastern Michigan. I chose to live in Northfield Township for a reason. I chose to live above that space for a reason. I love that house. My goal is to renovate that house. Yes, there are businesses that are interested in renting out the old family video. I have done the research. I will not let anything happen to that business. I will not let anything happen to this community. I am ingrained here. I am here for the long haul, and I will only let quality people rent from me. And that, you can look up my background, you can look me up. I believe in this business. I don't think it's going to save Northfield. I think it's a good business. I think it can move us forward. I don't think it's going to be our anchor. I really don't. I just think it's a small business that we should give a chance to. I think it's going to promote business for Peaberry, for Dana, and then hopefully open up a few shops and maybe art museums. And I do believe that it will help the downtown community. I do not think it will be a detriment. And I do not think the streets of Northfield will be run by drug dealers. Thank you, and thanks for your service.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else?
I'm Christina Dillon. I'm 11747 Florine. I've lived in Whitmer Lake my whole entire life, and I've recently been diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, so getting around is very hard for me.
Hold it up to your mouth. There you go.
I have been recently diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, and getting around is very difficult for me. I live in Whitmer Lake, and I also work in Whitmer Lake. So going to a dispensary to get my medication in a different town, all the way in Ypsi or Ann Arbor, which I'm not familiar with, is very hard for me. So anybody else that has medical issues, it would be a lot easier for them to get their medicine in a town they already live in or work in as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ed Garapi. I live at 7755 Nowler.
Take the microphone out, sir. And what's your name
My
again?
name is Ed Garapi. I live at 7755 Nowler. I've heard a lot of comments tonight about what this will or will not bring to this community, but I'd like to share an actual experience of what I think it will bring to this community. I've lived here for 22 years. I built a house on 5 acres because it was a pleasant, bucolic neighborhood. I'm older now, and I've tried to sell my house now in the last 5 years 2 times. Most recently, I've just pulled it off the market. I'd like to share some of the comments that I've gotten from prospective buyers or people looking at my property. Some of it you guys already know. You've heard it before. Number 1, the school district is substandard. Number 2, the taxes are too high. Number 3, well, Whitmore Lake has a reputation, and I won't share with you the adjective of what they call it. I'm sure you already know. I had a prospective buyer interested in the property, loved it, beautiful house, everything else. Their comment was, I'll wait and see what this vote brings because I don't want a grow operation across the street from me. I'd just like you to consider that. So now I've had to pull my house off the market. I had it on the market for 4 months this time and still can't sell it.
Thank you. Anybody else?
My name's Harrison Withers. I live at 9246 Lake Pine Drive. I've been a resident here now for 2 years. And when I came to town, I saw downtown and I said, well, that's not so good. And it hasn't got any better in the last 2 years. And the bottom line is retail businesses are leaving at a greater rate than they're opening. It's not hard to figure out. Retail's hard right now. There's a limited amount of stuff you can sell in the world right now that somebody can't just buy on the internet. So there's a limited retail market right now. When people are buying stuff on the internet, we get zero tax benefit, zero residual business value out of it. And, you know, Whitmore Lake, it has a reputation. People have mentioned it before. It has a reputation of being a hard place to do business. It's not attractive. I have no personal interest in marijuana business, as a businessman or as a consumer. I could care less about it, to be honest with you. But as a resident, I'm deeply opposed to measures that continue to perpetuate Whitmore Lake as a difficult place to do business and results in continuing vacancy of our downtown district. Additionally, I oppose policies that limit potential income via taxes or residual business. Dispensaries aren't going to fill downtown. They're not. They're not a panacea. You know, grow operations aren't going to take up every square inch of agricultural. It's not that. But we have to start somewhere. Somebody else had mentioned, you know, what happens, what businesses do we want? If we're waiting for the boutique mom and pop art shop to open up downtown, those days are over. They're not coming back. So we've got to take what businesses we can get and start somewhere. I'm also deeply concerned with the appearance of impropriety within this board. Whether it's true or not, I expect better from my elected officials than to stay away from even the implication of impropriety. I urge you, our elected officials, to hold yourselves accountable to a higher standard and cease to stand in the way of progress. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Craig Warburton. I live at 450 West Joy Road. Before I begin, I would like to say that I was not sure if I was gratified or scared by the fact that before the workday, news of my posting on Facebook yesterday was telegraphed amongst you all as a warning that I had on a bipartisan level invited people to come to this meeting. I wasn't sure if there was an inference of criminality or what, but I have on several occasions made specific remarks about a conflict of interest that exists on this board. Impropriety is such a pretty word, and he said it so well. On August 12th, a vote took place in a hastily scheduled and last-ditch, last-minute special meeting without disclosure by Supervisor Chalkley, Clerk Manley, or Trustee Bellinger, that they were participating in the very group that brought the business to that meeting. That didn't become clear until later. I was recently quite incensed when I read some of the con literature, the anti-literature, and there was reference to the 5-2 vote to take this ballot to the November election. Well, that 5-2 vote had 3 votes that should not have been part of it. It should have failed 2-2. There's no way, I'm off my script, I'm sorry. The fact that improper protocols were followed in respect to the township attorney preparing, and I suspect delivering to the county, the ballot that we now see pending for November is almost immaterial. The timeline that was inserted as correspondence in the last packet had serious errors and one blatant lie. I may need a few extra seconds. I may need to buy a vowel. The conflict of interest remains. This afternoon, this evening, you're going to talk about marijuana issues that 3 of you have a vested interest in seeing fail. You're not being impartial. It's impropriety. It's a conflict of interest. You should recuse yourselves from running the meeting and participating in it. You're going to vote on a sunset clause that's about to expire tonight. Great games can be played with those things. This is a very funny board. It's not a fun thing to come and speak to you all. Clearly, this whole pot thing has taken very partisan positions amongst the board. And we look at you all to be impartial and represent the township. The township overwhelmingly came out and said they wanted pot. They want marijuana. Can I have a few more seconds?
You can we have another time at the end, and you can take all 3 minutes.
Can I buy 3 minutes from somebody else? You've let that other side do that.
I'm sorry,
repeatedly.
we're not going to do that anymore.
Oh, so if I was on their team, I'd probably.
No, that isn't true.
We didn't vote on that yet, Marlene.
Go ahead.
Marlene, we did not vote on that yet.
We didn't, but we have 3 minutes, and that's the rule, so.
Sharing
Go ahead,
3
ma'am.
minutes.
I'll reset your time.
Thank you. In 2010, I was a resident
What's
of a
your name, ma'am?
My
And-
name is Stacy Sloan, 9972 Main Street.
Okay.
In 2010, I ran for and was elected to be a precinct delegate in the Wayne 11th District for the Republican Party of Michigan. And as a part of being a precinct delegate, you're sent to the county convention where you are voted on and selected to go to the state convention. And at that time, I was excited about being involved, and I was looking forward to all the different ways that I could maybe influence some change and be involved in my community. And when I got to the Breslin Center at Michigan State, they were talking about who was going to be Rick Snyder's lieutenant governor. And the Republican Party of Michigan felt strongly that it was in the bag for Brian Calley, and they were surprised that there was a motion from the floor for a different party that was, or a different candidate that was put up by the Tea Party. And what happened that day changed my life, because everything that I had ever heard about politics in that moment, I realized in real time was absolutely true. That the system was rigged, it was fixed, it wasn't fair, and what ended up happening was there was no opportunity for this motion to be heard on the floor. And I thought there was going to be a riot in the Breslin Center. Ron Weisner, who was the chair of the Michigan Republican Committee at that time, who was running the convention, shut the whole thing down. It made people tremendously angry. They had to call a recess, and people were pissed. They called the opposing candidate to the back. Who knows what they said to him? And then 20 minutes later, what do you know? Brian Calley is going to be the lieutenant governor. And it was at that time that I decided that politics was dirty. It was everything that everybody said that it was. And I thought, well, maybe it's more important to be involved at the local level. And here I am. And I follow 2 people who have accused members of this board of acting in ways that are not in any kind of way transparent. You've been accused of impropriety. You've been accused of dirty politics, shutting things down. There's been a policy now that we can't share our time. We get 3 minutes. I don't know when that happened. Nobody is sure. You guys aren't even sure because you just talked about that. I'm not necessarily here to talk about cannabis or marijuana. I was proud to co-host that open house for the community with my friend Dana, and I was proud of the speakers and the information that we provided. Why I am here is because I have a legitimate problem with people who are elected officials who are not transparent. And there are 3 of you on this board who have been subject to some very serious allegations, and none of us appreciate it. And the only reason that I'm here tonight is not necessarily to talk to any of you who are sitting here. I'm here to talk on the record to the people in this community who deserve to know that their interests are not being met.
Thank you, Mrs. Long. Is anyone else? Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Now stop that. Let's be respectful to the next speakers. Do we have anyone else who would like to speak at this time?
I believe the people in the audience can show their appreciation.
Go ahead.
Hi.
Please take it out and hold it close. Okay.
My name is Meredith Counts. I live at 8840 Main Street here in Whitmore Lake, and I want to continue the conversation that's been started. It was a couple meetings ago, I think, where we were here listening to, where we're here learning about like how marijuana businesses were going to be dealt with by the community. And it was only like halfway, maybe more than halfway through the meeting that we found out that the petition to get the ballot proposal had been circulated by three of you, by Trustee Bellinger, I think that you went with the petition, and Ms. Chalkley and Ms. Manley. We heard that all three of you had been involved with circulating this petition, and because we didn't find out about that from you, it creates a lack of trust. It's strange to feel like we have a block, like in our community, of the people in charge, where three of you decided to pursue an idea that was against the way we voted. 63% of us voted in favor of legalization of marijuana. It was implied at that meeting that maybe we didn't understand what we voted for, and I think that's a disrespectful suggestion. We found out in that meeting that the three of you had been involved, had circulated petitions, and I think some of you were also involved or supervised the certification or verification of those petitions. My understanding is that that's done here at the township level, that a township checks their own petitions. And it feels like you had a block, like the three of you decided how you wanted things to go, irregardless of us, irregardless of the public. Maybe I'm alone in thinking that. I see a lot of people agreeing. It felt like dirty politics. It felt like we, as your public, had been had because you three had already decided. And that's a bad feeling. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, good evening. My name is Kevin Terry, 9972 North Main Street. I'm here to address the board just briefly about the meeting that took place last Thursday night, hosted by Ms. Sloan and Dana, regarding cannabis business in this area. What I learned about cannabis business at that meeting was that the people involved in that business take that business very seriously. They see a very bright spotlight on themselves and hold themselves to be a higher member of the community than other businesses. So you may have a Domino's, you may have a party store, you may have a supermarket in the community, but a marijuana or a cannabis business recognizes that all eyes are on them, and they need to operate above board, have a high level of security, hire local employees, make sure they're paid a fair wage, all things that it would be hard for us to argue against. It was an impressive meeting. Both sides had opportunities to speak and talk, and I would like to see more of that opportunity presented to the members of the community, to the board. I'm a certified public accountant, and in that, I would also service these legitimate tax-paying, revenue-generating businesses whereby I have zero clients that are dealing drugs on the side, that are not legitimate businesses. Yet legitimate businesses that are tax-paying, that are employing people, would hire my services, and I'd be more inclined to be located in this business, located my business in this area to further develop what sounds like to be a withering downtown area. Those are my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Stan Woodka, 5985 Leland Drive. I have no trust with the current board. I have attended a couple of the pro-marijuana info shows, dog and pony shows, and I hear the same thing that troubles me. They said the township can make any request that they will go along with. You know, like more help for the library, more help for a park or something special. Yet this board requires the state minimum. And I wonder why. If you've got someone who wants to give you money to do things, or make things a little bit more stringent, no, we're just going to go with the state board, and we're going to actually go less than the state. It's like, well, why? Okay? I and other people go to various township board and planning commission meetings and make a suggestion to the regulations that would be a little bit more stringent than the state standards, and we're ignored. Or told that that issue is covered by township regulations and ordinances. But just ask the people on Lake Shore that were here a few weeks ago about how well the township ordinance and regulations are serving them. Not very well, but that's a lip I get. Then the special meeting about gathering the petition approval was a real eye-opener to me. That should have been a short procedural meeting and talk about people having a hissy fit on the board. I couldn't believe it. They don't know how things operate. They didn't know that the lawyer's job is to protect the township. That's what he was doing. But they started to point fingers instead of pointing fingers at themselves. You know, board members, and they ask, how could this happen? Well, I've been saying that we need an election to settle this since April. And there's been other people that's saying it hasn't been good for the township. And we just went, not listened to, just got ignored. Then you try to blame other members of the board for collecting signatures. Well, what about me? Don't I count? Shame on you guys. You don't think a citizen can handle going around doing a petition drive? Oh no, you got to blame fingers. You got to blame people. What about the citizens? It was our right to do it under Prop 1. If you guys didn't like it, you shouldn't have voted for Prop 1.
Mr. Wooka, you got to talk to us.
Well, you hear it so much. Anyway, sorry. But shame on you guys for thinking the citizens aren't capable of doing that. I have come to the conclusion that this effort for marijuana in our township boils down to two major reasons. Yes, there's some minor ones. The first major reason is the users. They are concerned about losing their right to marijuana. Sorry, that's not our agenda.
It's your time is up.
To be continued.
Mr. Wook. Okay, well, look forward to hearing you at the second call to the public. Thank you. Anyone else? Come on up to the microphone. Okay. No, pull that out. Okay, go ahead.
I only have one question.
Name,
Kathy
please.
Walters. I live at 9310 Lakewood Drive.
Hold it up to your mouth, ma'am.
My question is this. Did any of you go to the family video to watch the presentations and learn about what they're doing? Did any of you show up?
Yes.
Who? Any of you? 2? 3? Okay, that's at least 3. Because it was a very informative evening, things I didn't know. And it did not come away as being a bad thing. It just makes me sick to see people not want to learn and make their community grow in a positive way. And this would be positive. This town is dying. There's nothing here. You walk down the streets, there's nothing here. Who's going to come here? Who? There's nothing enticing of them here. We don't even have a dry cleaner. I mean, I have to go to Brighton or Ann Arbor. I mean, I've been here 10 years. I love it here. But I think you all need to do a learning session, because you don't know. I, like this other gal, have multiple sclerosis, and I need to have medical marijuana. I go some weird things. And I just resent people telling me that I can't, because then what's your choice? Opioids? That's not the way to go. We're trying to get away from that kind of stuff. And going with marijuana does not make you addicted, but it does help pain. And for many, many people, and a lot here in this area, are getting older. The pain's there. What do? Get all drugged up on opioids and then what? Die? I'm sorry. You guys, just think. Learn.
My name is Dylan Atkinson, 17 Anna Drive. And I just wanted to say I think all of you should have been there. It's an important meeting for an important part of what's going on in the town, and if you guys are running the town, you guys should be there to know what's going on. Another thing I have to say is people who don't want it going on right now, that's perfectly fine, but a ban for this is to permanently keep it out of Whitmore Lake. So you're shutting down businesses, you're shutting down people who want to use it for medical reasons. I know if this passes, I'm leaving Whitmore Lake because there's no more reason for me to stay in Whitmore Lake. So I'm sure that there's other people who might feel the same exact way. And for someone who said that Whitmore Lake is depending on marijuana for it to build back up, at least somebody's working on it, you know? And another thing is, someone was trying to say that what would Whitmore Lake be known for if we had all these pot shops or dispensaries or growers. Well, what's Ann Arbor known for?
Come on.
You know, it's got one weed-related thing to its name versus its football, its university, its amazing downtown scene. You know, another thing I'd like to say is, I wrote down a whole bunch of stuff, so sorry about that. I mean, it doesn't seem that many of you really care about your guys' health. We're here trying to care about our health for medical reasons of marijuana, and, you know, if there's people who are eating McDonald's, probably don't care about their health. I've lived in this town for 18 years, again, my whole life, and I've seen it go nowhere. The same little shops have been there somehow, miraculously staying there. I don't know how many shops have left, come back, left, come back, left. So the person who's been here for a year, you're in for a long couple years. And so, another thing is, I don't know who said something about grow ops being negative. Again, it's already happening. People are already growing in your backyard, period. So is Whitmore Lake worse for it right now? I don't think so. All I can see is it going better. Because again, people in the marijuana industry are trying to build up your town. So that's all I have to say for right now. Probably see me again.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing up. Come on up.
I'm Maurice Warner, and I own 7551 Nowler Road. I'm concerned about the Groves Horseshoe Lake canal. What do you call it? The
drain.
The drain. Yeah. Yeah.
It's the O'Connor drain by you.
Can I show you this? I got this from the And I showed Stephen Ains, and I think he's got a copy, but I've got on the map it says O'Connor is running across my across my property, but O'Connor doesn't touch my property. It goes under the trestle, and Groves meets there, and I don't know why it's reading that it's going through, but I went back there and they're flooding out my property, my apples. They're flooding out, so I can't get to my access to my back property. And to say we don't need a basin, they're using my property as a basin and jamming it up at the thing before the golf course. And so it's just backing it up, and everybody's that's on them things are being backed up. And here's a picture of my apples trees that are right by the drain. The ones on the other side flooded out, kind of moldy and stuff because of all this. And I just, it's not right for them to clog it up. The Drain Commission has a limited amount of money, so, if everybody could help keep that clean, and it would be appreciated on our farmer side. The drain was made for the farmers made the drain, and we're being charged for it, so please don't flood my land. Okay, as far as marijuana, it stops my spasms, it helps with my spasms tremendously. The CBD oils and the marijuana, it helped my mother. She had her license, I've got mine. She was 81 years old when she died of cancer. It helped her with stress, anxiety. She laughed again, we played Scrabble, and she could have fun again. And I guess that's about it for now.
Thank you. Do you have anyone else?
Your paperwork.
Did you want this back, sir?
Yeah, I think he does.
Maurice? Did you want?
I have a copy of it, so you don't need to hold on to it. If you want, I'll make copies for the board.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else at this time? Here we go. No? Yes? Okay.
My name is Elizabeth Wheeler. I live at 150 Pearl Drive over in Whitmore Lake. I have lived here for over 10 years, and I do have younger children. As you can tell, I have 2 of them. But the whole not wanting the shop here has nothing to do with my children. They're gonna get it whether or not there's a shop. The truth of the matter is how many bad things does it take to make a place look bad? Like, you've met someone, I'm sure. They're a great person. They do one bad thing. Their whole lives, they're just scarred by that one bad thing. So I don't really think putting a pot shop in our town is the best thing, because that's that one thing that people are going to see. And I had a grandfather that had cancer, a grandmother that had cancer. Anything, any way to get them out of the pain, you obviously want them to have. And I genuinely do feel bad for the people here that are in pain and that aren't able to get what they need. But the truth of the matter is if you need something that Polly's Market doesn't have, why is it okay to drive 15 minutes for that? But if you want some pot, you want it like 2 minutes away. That just doesn't make any sense to me. And attacking the board and yelling at them isn't going to make the pot come here any faster. And then I'm seeing all over Facebook, people are just being rude and vulgar, and that is not, I just don't understand how that's gonna get you what you want. And I am younger, so as a younger person, I'm saying that I don't want it here for the next generation, because if you start with that, what's it gonna be next? But that's all.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? All right, moving on. Thank you. Thank you for coming out and sharing your thoughts with us. We're obviously not all going to agree on the same thing, but it is really good to hear and consider what you have to say. Appreciate that. Board member response to call to the public. Do we have any board member who would like to address anything? Ms. Bellinger.
Thank you all for coming out. When I got elected to office, I did not leave my rights behind. So, in the act that many of us here approved, in the act that y'all know what you voted for, individuals may petition to initiate an ordinance to provide for the number of marijuana establishments allowed within a municipality, or to completely prohibit marijuana establishments within a municipality. And such ordinance shall be submitted to the electors of that municipality at the next regular election. And it continues a little further. This is in the Marijuana Act that the majority of the township people approved. I'm a resident, I'm a voter, I'm an individual. I, along with at least 400 people, over 400 people, decided that we would like to bring this to the people, away from the township board and to the people, to decide, let the people decide. Do they want marijuana businesses in the township? So what's happening is taking it away from the 7-member board and bringing it back to the people to decide. And I will remind, just to keep things clear, personal use and possession for adults will not be affected by this. It cannot be affected, as you said. It was passed into law. And most people that did come out and vote, I have no doubt, voted to decriminalize. Thanks again for coming out. Good night.
Do we have anyone else? Mr. Dockett?
I just wanted to clear this up something here. Are we on for the 26th at 7 o'clock for the active shooter thing? I haven't heard anything about it. I just want to know if it's, I don't want to miss. I missed the first one, so I'd just like to have an answer if it's on or not.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Scheduled for Thursday at 7 p.m. for the board members who didn't make the prior one,
okay,
or any employees.
All right, that's one thing. The next thing was on the manager's report.
Mr. Dockett, we're going to talk about the manager's report later. This is
on the manager's
for
report.
Mr.
He said that he was saving us, that we were getting his savings. Actually, it's costing us 17% more. So I'd like to have him correct that he says that it was a savings. It's not a savings. And I talked to him today about it, so I just think that's important that he said, clears that up. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Done. Oh, okay, Ms. Zelnok?
Sorry about that. Okay, first, again, thanks to everybody for coming out. There was a gentleman running for office here a month ago, and he used a great phrase that I think is, thanks for showing the spirit of democracy. I think it's very important, and thank you for coming. As far as the downtown issues, Mr. Ains, if you could look at the house that people are talking about off of Barker Road to see if they are, if we could have our zoning administrator look at that. If he hasn't, maybe we could put that on. And I do appreciate on your management's report calling out some of the hot items that the public has brought up, so maybe this is one we can add to.
Although it wasn't on the list, Mr. Turner and I have both discussed the property, and we're discussing it with the zoning administrator too. So I would point out that the board's policy has been that when it's a complaint, we investigate, but we don't go around looking for every violation of the ordinances. So if you have a concern about a particular address, please let us know.
Thank you, Mr. Ains, because I was going to add that if there is any specific items, please bring it to our attention so that we can make sure that we are looking at it. The other item is I am just, as one resident of the public, I'm just concerned about potential smell of it being out in the rural area. I hear that there shouldn't be. And I know one individual brought it up and said there won't be, so I certainly hope that is true. As far as the number of licenses, right now, I believe if we look at the ordinance as it is, the Planning Commission brought forth 56 licenses of various types. I think we, as a board, have it down to 30. So that's one item. And I would like Mr. Ains, you to look at, I think if we do not have the right planning document that is accessible to the people on our website, that needs to be addressed. And I know Mr. Gordon has brought it up time and time again, so I find that very disturbing as a board member as well as a resident. As far as the growth in the township and preservation, again, we need both. It seems to be board after board, it's been a or. We have development or preservation. For me, as a township, we will succeed if we have development and preservation. So I really think, personally, that's one of my goals as well. And I think, again, someone brought up about the referendum and Grand Sakwa. That was actually a referendum brought to the ballot, and the people voted no to have that rezoning. So I do appreciate the people bringing this to the ballot as well. The ultimate decision, there's nothing more than the ballot box for ultimate democracy. So I do appreciate that as well. And let's see here. I think maybe that might be, I'm missing some of my items, but I do appreciate everybody coming out, and I hope I addressed some of the items that people have brought up. Again, I want to thank Mr. Warner for bringing this drain. He came into the office yesterday, and I asked him to come to this meeting because I wanted a matter of public record. And again, Mr. Ains, I think some of the items that the people are bringing forth, I do appreciate it being in the supervisor's report, and I want to make sure that this doesn't get lost and that we follow up on that. So I think that might cover it. And overall, my opinion has been is that, again, 64% of the people voted to have marijuana legal, and I am taking it until the ballot on November 5th that we need to do our best effort to have ordinances in place that represent the township and the people. The ultimate decision is going to happen on November 5th. So thank you, everybody, again, for showing your spirit of democracy, and thanks for coming to the meeting.
Thank you. Ms. Manley.
Again, thanks everybody for coming out. And ballots are in. There are some sample ballots out in the lobby. There's some absentee voter applications out there also that you can fill out and bring into the clerk's office, and we can get you your ballots. We're also looking for election inspectors. It's $13 an hour. It's a very long day, but it's awesome to learn the process. So if anybody's interested in that, please let me know also, and there's applications out there also. So that would be great. If anybody wants to question the process, come and work. It's a great experience. Again, thanks for everybody for coming out. Just bring your vote to the ballot box. That's the ultimate will of the people, and will let us know what you really want. So, thanks.
Ms. Otto.
Thank you. I wanted to thank everybody for coming out tonight. I wasn't really going to say anything, but I figure I wanted to share this. And I have been very open about that I voted no to legalize marijuana. But I had an experience this weekend. I have a sister who is dying from stage 4 cancer, and I had to wheel her into her bedroom this weekend so she could smoke marijuana. She's in extreme pain. She cannot go through chemo anymore, and I don't know how long she has before I'm not going to see her again. I changed my mind during that time of pushing her into her room because she is extremely hurting. She's about 90 pounds. She can't walk. And this is what we deal with. I have been in the healthcare industry for over 35 years. I have seen patients with MS. I have seen patients with cancer, but they have never been my family. And when you see it on your side, it does make a difference. Now, with that said, and I know a couple people are shaking their heads, but you have to understand, I have, even though 60% of the people voted for it in this town, I decided that I am for it to help, because people want businesses here, and that's why I have helped to get it going. My personal reason for not wanting marijuana legalized was because I was an addict as a teenager. And that's my own personal reason. But when you see that other people are in need, it has to be beyond you. And when other people want it, it has to be beyond you. I can't put my personal opinion, my personal feelings, and vote the way I do just because it's the way I am. I have to look at the constituents within the community and determine that that's the way it votes. It's for the community, not me. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Chick, no? Okay, you don't have to say anything if you don't want to.
Well, everybody's, I appreciate everybody coming out regardless of what side you're on this issue. It's always want to hear what everybody has to say. It helps us make decisions, it truly does. I wanted to also speak to a couple of things. Ms. Zelenak spoke to Mr. Warner. I was glad that you asked because I was going to ask that same question. I did want to, I have a question, and maybe somebody knows or doesn't know. Mr. Walter brought up a question about building subdivisions. I've been here 18 years. I can't remember when the last actual subdivision was built, but I do, excuse me.
Ours.
Oh, okay, so that was like 1999.
It might be or the one Wildwood.
Yeah, so we haven't had a lot of subdivisions, but we've had 25 single-family residences built since 2018 in the township, but they're scattered all throughout. So we're not even having a lot of growth that way. And it's we need business taxes here, not necessarily property taxes for residences, because it's the business that brings the taxes in. Yes, I know everybody brings up the fact about the application fees. We all know they only cover cost of services and administration, and it's going to cost a lot to administer licenses if we get to do that. The revenue coming from the state, you know, they promise you money. We're not so sure we're going to get exactly what they say, but that only comes from retail businesses as well. It's not from any business that comes into the township, but we do get property taxes on these businesses that come into town, and that is more than we've got now. So, and it's not about the taxes, but since everybody brought it up, I think that we need to at least, so everybody's aware, the reality of it is that's what it's about. I mean, that's what we get in property taxes, basically. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And to Mr. Warner, I just wanted to mention that the board approved some funding for maintenance of the drains. So if the O'Connor drain is what's causing your problem, we can check out that with the Washtenaw County Water Resources Commissioner and see if that drain is going to be maintained in the next year or so. So, no. Mm-hmm. Stagnant and okay. And jammed up on the golf course side. That's where all the problems. Okay. Mr. Warner, here, come and take my card, and I'll take a look at it with Mr. Pratt. Thank you.
Do you know what?
Okay.
Do you know what his problem is?
Is
he worried about him cleaning out the drain, or what is his?
I'll look into it. It's obviously the water's backing up. It's not clearing out. Yeah, he can too.
I'm also a resident that's next to him, and I can attest to the fact that at least half an acre of my property is flooded and unusable because
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, thank you. And
But yes, we had already discussed it last week, and prior to that, there's been several occasions where he and his wife have come in on other concerns, and I've always had the policy, if I'm not tied up, they can walk in without an appointment.
Right.
And so far, I don't think you've set an appointment, you've just come each time you've had a need. So I'll look into it.
Okay, thank you. But it could be something else too, like Miss Reagan's property over on Earhart. So it might take a little investigation. So we'll see. Moving on, the next agenda item is the ordinance to ordinance 1969 to amend ordinance 1862, the prohibition of marijuana establishments ordinance, to extend the sunset. So I guess I'll make the motion to approve ordinance 1969, the amendment to the prohibition of marijuana establishments ordinance to extend the sunset clause to expire on January 14th. Do I have a second?
Support.
Motion by Chalkley, support by Bellinger. Now we can discuss this item. Okay. Do we?
So, yeah, my discussion is,
Okay.
why not November 26th? The vote's on November 5th, and we meet on the 26th?
And we also meet on November 12th.
Okay, then why not on the 12th?
Why not November 12th?
Will we have the ordinance done by then? That's my only.
We should.
That's
We
my only.
We should have it done tonight.
Yes.
Well, maybe, or maybe not.
I think it should be, I missed the November 12th meeting, but I think it should be.
Yeah.
Are you going to be in town in November, Mr. Dockett?
As far as I know.
Okay. So I personally think,
any meeting in November should do it.
I think November 12th, the vote's on the 5th.
Right.
We change it to November 12th.
What does it say on here, November 5th?
That's the vote.
That's the ballot.
That's the ballot vote.
What is the extension to what date?
It was, the motion was made until January 14th.
Oh, yeah.
It's going.
I want to make sure I understand this. So we are voting to extend it until January.
That was
That's the motion.
That's correct.
Right. Was to extend until January 14th. We can always amend that if we happen to get the ordinance done prior to that. It's not like we have anybody
Is
beating down
this
our
with
door.
the thought of needing time to iron everything out?
That was my
That
thought.
far
I
out?
mean, because now how many times have we extended it, you know?
You can keep extending it.
We keep extending it.
Until we have what we want and think represents people.
So,
Who put the date of January 14th?
I picked it.
Huh?
I picked January 14th. I don't know who put December 10th or January 14th down here, but I just figured with the holidays coming,
Even
and,
more so.
you know, I just wanted to make sure that we did it, and we did it well, should the vote go to not ban marijuana. So that's why I picked January 14th. Any more discussion on January 14th?
So you're trying to just avoid potentially extending and extending and extending, is what you're talking about?
I just figured, why not? January 14th. So, any more discussion on this one? Ms. Otto, you have something?
Right in the, in Steve's memo, he said, I recommend that the board extend the sunset clause until the board meeting date after the November 5th.
Till a board meeting date. He didn't. And I don't know who wrote this. I guess Mr. Ains wrote this memo.
His name's on it.
His name's on it, so.
We vote?
Yeah, we can vote.
Let's vote.
Okay. I guess we're going to need a roll call.
Who seconded it?
I did.
I did.
Tom did, sorry.
Bellinger.
So this is to extend it to January 14th of 2020?
Correct.
After the holidays. Okay.
Yeah, after the holidays.
Otto?
No.
Shockley?
Yes.
Bellinger?
Yes.
Zelenak?
No.
Manley? No. Chick?
No.
Docket?
Okay. That failed. Okay, can, I guess I
Next
would.
motion.
We need another motion.
I can make a motion to extend the sunset clause to November 12th, 2019.
Support.
Okay. Motion by Chick, support by Zelnok.
I would like to actually make a date a little further out than that.
Well, we have to vote on this.
Just a little bit.
I mean, feel free to talk about it. but-
Yeah, that's why I'm talking about it now, because we haven't voted.
Yeah.
A little bit of cushion would be good. I mean, you can see we're not getting a lot done at the meetings.
Well, we don't get a lot done because we keep pushing things off, so I think if we plow through this and get it done the way we're supposed to, we'll have it done in plenty of time, so.
Okay. The second meeting in November would be a little more cushion.
We can always extend it if we're not comfortable with the
We-
date.
we
keep
can.
pushing it back.
We can.
Well, can I move to amend the November 12th date to November
26th.
26th?
26th.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, is that holiday? What is our holiday situation? We need to look at the
It's
calendar.
the week of Thanksgiving, the 26th.
Yeah, it's, should be.
2 more weeks should not make a difference. What I would challenge the board is that we get down to work and we get this done.
I agree.
And then wait for the November 5th vote.
Well, we have a motion, don't we? And a second.
Please don't interrupt the meeting.
I think we should call the motion.
Ms. Bellinger made a.
Do I get
Did
support
she get a
for the-
second?
She wanted to amend the motion to push it to,
Did
I'll
she get
support that.
Okay.
Motion by Ms. Bellinger,
Bellinger to-
support by Chalkley to amend the motion to be November 26th.
Is
for
that a
the
meeting date?
sunset. That's a meeting date.
Okay.
Mr. Docket gonna be here?
I think so.
Docket, will you be in town? the
What's your
26th?
vacation plans, Mr. Dockett? We all want to know.
Are you going to be in town?
Are you going to be,
I'm going to be in town until the Friday before Thanksgiving.
He'll be
Oh,
here
this
that
is-
week.
so he would be gone, right?
Friday.
He'll be gone.
He'll be gone.
But, oh yeah, he'll be gone.
You'll be gone on November 26th meeting, is that correct?
No, I'm going to close my store on the Friday before Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to stay here until Tuesday
Okay.
and come to the meeting, and then I'm leaving.
Thank you.
I might even leave a little early from the meeting.
Okay. Okay, so you'll be at
Oh, I'm
that.
usually always here I only like to miss one meeting,
Okay.
which is the December meeting.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks for sharing your vacation, or your
Okay,
clothes.
so
We
Mr.
appreciate that.
Mr. Dockett will be here. Okay, so we have a motion by Bellinger, support by Chalkley to amend the motion to be November 26th. I guess we'll need a roll call vote on that one.
Docket? Bellinger?
Yes.
Zelenak?
No.
Manley? Yes. Otto?
No.
Chalkley?
Yes.
Chick?
No?
Okay, that failed, 4-3. Okay.
Back to the original.
Back to the original motion.
So that
Okay,
is
we'll need a roll call.
November
on that.
12th.
November 12th.
Chalkley?
Yes.
Zelenak?
Yes.
Manley? Yes. Otto?
Yes.
Chick?
Yes.
Bellinger?
No.
Docket?
Yes.
All right,
thank
November
you.
12th.
That passed 6-1. Okay. The next item is the zoning regulations. Let's see. 1266. No. 1966.
That was a good year.
Okay.
Wasn't that the World Series? Or was that the 65?
Okay, we were provided some additional materials from Mr. Lippens with the maps that Ms. Zelnok requested. Did these cover what your concerns were, or?
No, they were.
They were. They're, yep. They're colored.
Yes, it does. I'd still prefer lettering and numbers over colors, but it's easier to read that way. So, but the circles are big enough for this that I can see it.
Okay, well.
You do like your maps?
No, I said I'd prefer letters and numbers over colors, but it's focusing on one specific item, so it's.
I'm colorblind, so.
Yeah, I know. So.
I like numbers too.
Yeah, maybe we can get that going forward, that we don't do colors. So my understanding, do you want to take a minute, Mr. Lippens? Could you explain just the maps?
I don't know how many people are colorblind, but.
That's right. Yeah. There can be quite a few.
Let's see, I was asked to provide maps of potential sites, given a variety of buffers, both from the school site and from each other, or buffers between locations. The board had recommended a 1,000-foot buffer, and also removing all uses permitted from the downtown's districts. At the last board meeting, the board voted to include it in the Whitmore Lake downtown and the Whitmore Lake waterfront area. So you wanted to see potential siting in those two districts. And what these maps show is the potential license granting for 1,000 foot, 500 foot, which was the recommendation of Planning Commission, and 300 foot, which was requested by the board. These maps are, it's a location-based analysis. Obviously, you kind of have to choose a spacing. Some of these businesses or places are not places that might ever seek to have a license, but when we zone for what's possible, not for what's expected. So what we just want to show here is if a series of sites were to apply for a license, what would the rough spacing be given the number of licenses that the board has recommended be granted? And what we're showing is that in the 300-foot scenario, an estimation of roughly 9 to 13 licenses possible, given the space or the siting dimensions of lots and those things, and also the requirement to be outside of the school buffer of 300 feet. At 500 foot, we're showing an estimate of 6 to 10 possible locations, including, a buffer from the school as well. And with a 1,000 foot buffer, we were showing really, I think, we show 4, and say 2 to 6, but it's, the school buffer, as you can see in that map, really limits the potential sites to north of downtown.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking at I don't like the 1,000-foot buffer because of everything is just concentrated in one area. I'm more comfortable with the 500-foot buffer. because it's spread out through the whole area, and again, as you said, you know, just because they're, and I would have preferred letters and numbers as opposed to dots too, but we don't, if you don't have an opening there or a business there or you can't build there, it's not going to happen anyway. But I'm more comfortable with the 500 foot. $300's too much.
Again, I appreciate the maps. I think having the different visuals is very helpful for me. And I agree with Ms. Chick that the 500 feet, I think, is a good distance.
What happened to the 300?
And first of all, we don't even have.
No,
Yeah, but I think I would like some spacing. I think the Planning Commission record 500 is well, right, Ms. Chick?
I'm sorry, they did.
Yeah, so I think we're kind of going back to that. And again, I think, to me, having the visuals and the different options is very helpful.
Right. And as a business person, you don't want one shop on top of the other one anyway. So.
I mean, eventually, to me, the market's going to drive it. So if there were 2 shops or 3 shops next to each other, but I think starting out, I think maybe we start out and we can always change it later.
Okay, Ms. Bellinger.
I have a couple questions and then points. Did this township board put in a 1,000-foot rule? Why, throughout this document, I see 500 feet repeatedly listed. So, like, for instance, on page 10 of this ordinance number 1966, bullet, number 7 and 8 both mention a 500 foot. Did this board put in a 1,000 foot or not? I mean, I'm kind of like wondering why these numbers don't line up with what the board voted.
There was a motion at the last meeting, and in my memo dated September 18th, I covered the few bullet points that were included in the minutes. As I understand, since then, there may have been some other things discussed that are not included in those, in the ordinances I put in your packet, but those items that were included in your minutes are in this revised ordinance, and that is reducing the buffers to 500 feet and including retail and provisioning uses in the WLD and the WLD, the WLDD and the WLDW districts. So that's reflected in the minutes the last time this agenda was on. This was on your agenda.
I don't recall that either. Did you have another question? I
well,
don't recall that myself.
Are we 1,000 feet or 500? All right, so this just wasn't updated? Is that what you mean? Or
It
am I
was updated
misunderstanding?
to 500 feet, and it was updated to include the WLD and the WLDW districts.
So this board voted for 500 feet?
Yes, at that meeting, it's in your minutes.
Okay, well then I have another point then. Michigan compiled laws, chapter 333, health. It says that controlled substances can't be within 1,000 feet of a school property or library. It's repeatedly mentioned in there about this 1,000 foot. I can pass this down to people if they want to take a look at it. It's Michigan compiled laws, chapter 333, health, 333.7410. And it mentions repeatedly about a 1,000 foot school property or library buffer. And another thing that...
Is that for marijuana or liquor?
Well, it's for controlled substances.
Is that,
Yeah,
I thought that was,
I thought they changed it.
is that recreational or, I thought that was medical. Doesn't apply to recreational is my understanding.
Well, we have another thing too, and that's from our Whitmore Lake Public School bylaws and policies for our Whitmore Lake School District. And it says, according to federal and state laws, the board hereby establishes a drug-free school zone that extends 1,000 feet from the boundary of any school property. So, I mean, that's in our Whitmore Lake Public School bylaws and policies. So, that sounds like 1,000 feet is what we should have kept it.
Mr. Lippens, you weren't aware of that, the school district, and I don't know, can they control what the...
I can pass this down if you wish.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Lenore, please.
I don't think that that applies to either of these acts, medical or adult use marijuana.
Well, it's federally controlled substance.
There's a lot of case law around the implementation of the Michigan Medical Marijuana Act. I would defer to the attorney on some of those issues, but in practice, the way this has been implemented, many communities have implemented it with 500-foot buffers. It's not, I don't think that that particular piece of legislation that you're reading is applicable, but I will defer to the city attorney or the township attorney to check that out. If you would like him to look into it, you're requesting a legal opinion. So.
Well, I mean, you know, if this ends up moving forward, you know, got to protect the township.
I would question too if the school board can make, overrule the board, the township, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it's a valid question, so how does the board feel about asking Mr. Burns to...
What this is a bylaw and policies of
Right.
Whitmore Lake Public School. It's not a law.
Right,
It's
but
bylaws.
but she's also brought up the state law.
And the federal.
But what happens on school property is totally different than what happens anywhere else. I mean, you can't smoke cigarettes on school property.
I would suggest if there is a question that we do have the attorney, we can go forward with what, you know, we think, and if it turns out legally we can't, then we do have until November 12th. So do I need to make a motion to make sure that the policy of, or the ordinance of 500 feet does not conflict with any other Michigan law or school law?
Okay, I would like to make a motion to direct Mr. Burns to check and to make sure that the board policy or the 500-foot buffer does not conflict with any state law.
I think I said that, Ms. Chick. I'll support.
Okay, so who made this motion and who supported?
Oh, did you make the motion?
I did, but that's okay.
I support then.
That's okay.
Okay.
You were a little, you had a little more defined, so I'm fine.
Okay.
I'll
Okay.
support.
Are you okay with that motion, Ms. Lemble? You're able to get it? Okay. All right.
Are you okay with it?
All right, any more discussion on that one, on that motion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Mr. Burns, did you actually have a chance to look over this ordinance so that you're comfortable with it? It came from the Planning Commission.
A long time ago.
Generally, I'm comfortable with it, but you're not done with it.
We're not done with it. You
So
are
it's,
right.
It's still in the oven.
Okay. Okay. Let's see.
I have another question.
Okay, go ahead.
On item 25, the last, page number 12, it says the penalties and fees collected by the township for marijuana establishments and facilities shall be the maximum permissible. How, if we're not permitted to charge more than what it costs to actually, I'm on page 12, item number 25.
Yeah.
I'm on this.
I said implement, I was just trying to...
1966 still. Why would we charge the maximum? I mean, if we can't really charge more than it costs to issue permits and to do inspections and such and so forth. Are we going to do a study to determine what we should charge? What's a fair market rate to charge somebody a fee if they want to open a facility and get a permit? Have we any way to find out what is a fair price to charge? If somebody needs to, somebody wants to apply
I would
and
think
get a permit.
that this is new and it's not out there yet.
Yeah, we don't know.
We don't know because it hasn't been done, the licenses are not being issued until November 1st.
Have we looked at other states to find out how they meter out that fee, permit fee, or maybe they don't operate the same as
It
us?
wouldn't be
They may-
applicable to our town.
It wouldn't be applicable to our state because every state is different. They write their own laws in regards to fees or anything else.
Are we going to have to issue refunds if they only cost half?
Probably.
It's a good question.
I mean, and basically, that's how the building department works now. If we collect a fee, a building partner can't make money. It has to cover the expenses, and I would see this would be the same, that if we start out, I think most people start out with $5,000, and if we find that that is too much, we would have to refund, and then going forward, we'd adjust the fee schedule.
Our building department is losing $50,000 this year.
That's correct.
We're in the hole. So next year we will be in the hole by $100,000 or more in the building department. So don't say that it pays for itself.
Right, right.
should.
It should,
It
and you're
should.
right.
It's
And our
supposed
fees,
to.
and our fees right now need to be revised, because you bring up a very good point, Mr. Dockett. It's not paying for itself.
Well, we need to give it to the county. They do it for nothing.
Yeah.
That's what we need to do. But I haven't heard anything about this after we did this study. It's never been come up in front of the board for a
Rob,
vote.
Miss-
It needs to come in front of the board for a vote. I'll save that for my call after the call to the public.
Okay, thank you. My thought was the penalties and fees, there's a strike through here of penalty for violation, which was $1,000.
Can't do it anymore,
I don't know why that was struck.
because it's
We're
legal.
not
now.
allowed to set fees at the planning commission.
Not even for penalties?
Not at the planning.
Civil infraction with penalty of $1,000?
We've discussed this before. The reason why that was struck in the recommendation from Planning Commission was because the ordinance has other penalties for zoning and code infractions, and that this should be dealt with as a zoning and code infraction in general. So what we're doing is we're deferring to the general section of code infractions for this use, as with other uses in the ordinance. This was Planning Commission's recommendation, and the thought process behind it was that it was consistent with the adult use or recreational use, the provisions of that act as it was passed.
Okay, because that's like $25. That seems,
Again, just
Very
to clarify
small.
too, the section you're looking at is the revisions to the home occupation section.
yeah.
And what we've done is we've updated that for consistency, but it generally does not apply to the other sections which handle the medical marijuana uses and the recreational marijuana uses. So this whole section could at some point become obsolete, but for the time being, it's not.
Okay.
So we've revised it to be consistent with the new material.
Mr. Lippens, could you please remind one more time, what board meeting was that you found the 500-foot change? Where you were gathering your notes from?
Let me check on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I didn't think that we had voted to have it downtown either, so it's probably in the same minutes, but go ahead and
is.
check that out. Okay, Miss Otto has a,
Yeah, I was wondering, because I know we talked about it before, and I noticed that it wasn't changed. On page 13 up at the top where it talks about the effective date, the provisions of the zoning code amendment, weren't we supposed to change that to ordinance?
Yeah, so
yeah.
So I'm asking why it wasn't changed. There must have been a reason.
well, because it didn't make it to the minutes, so, and there's a list, I did speak with Trustee Chick over email, and there are a few things that she mentioned were covered at that meeting that aren't in this. And it's because I referred to the motion and what was captured in the minutes.
Okay.
But I would happily revisit those other comments too. I think they're easy changes
Okay.
to make if we'd like to discuss them this evening.
Yeah, the rest were in the other one.
I just have some, as I'll expand upon what Mr. Lippin said. So if you go to page 10 and item 13, this is the same language that was in the last one. And even though it says state cameras shall be installed, security cameras should comply with all state requirements, I think generally we said for all the security, the taping should comply with all state requirements. Because I think this is a little less, the number of hours, and the 7 days, I think, was less than what the state required.
And didn't we also talk about keeping of the recordings?
Like 30 days.
Yeah.
And again, I think that is a state requirement.
Yeah, it's in the act.
It's in that. So that's basically, I think, overall in the security section, we just said it needs to be consistent with the state requirements.
I remember that.
Yep. So that didn't get updated in this section. And then if I may, Madam Supervisor,
Yes.
if I can continue, on page 11, item C, we just said whatever was less, this is for the filtration system, shall be maintained in working order and shall be as far as the minimum of 365 days or according to the manufacturer recommendations, and we just said we would add whatever's less. Whichever's less.
Implying that whatever's most frequent.
Yeah, basically.
I do remember
yeah.
that.
Yep. I think that's the items that I wanted to speak to as far as corrections that I think weren't made that we talked about.
Ms. Chick.
Yep, I'm on page 10, on item number 10, actually, when it talks about the hours of operation, I think they're different between the two ordinances.
Yeah.
And we wanted them to be the same, yes.
Yeah. Yep, I think I agree. And this one, the one that's in this ordinance or this document on page 10 is the one that should be replicated in the other
And the
document.
other one, right.
Okay. In the permitting.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think we should look at number 8, because I think that answers a question that we had a little earlier on page 10.
Okay.
It says in there a minimum of 500 feet.
Right. So, Mr. Lippins, if we have, did I interrupt you, Ms. Chick? Did you have more?
No, that was it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the stacked licenses, if we're talking about 500 feet between different establishments, and you have a stacked license, how does that work? Or isn't it pertinent?
In terms of the buffers,
Yeah.
what it would mean is that you can co-locate licenses at one establishment, and that's okay. We can't really prevent that. The Act specifically says that you can co-locate licenses, so you could have a provisioning center in the same place as a retail use with 2 licenses. And the new emergency rules that the governor passed actually say that those are equivalent licenses. So it might be in effect that those 2 uses become the same. For now, based on the way the acts are read, I would still recommend that we have the 2 uses defined. They are defined in separate acts, and it makes sense to have two licenses, but they could co-locate. Similarly, other uses are permitted to co-locate. And then they would be exempt from a buffer. Obviously, you can't buffer from something on one site, so.
Okay.
I got a question to follow up on that, just to be sure I'm clear on that. So, like I said, you could have multiple on one footprint, but they're still considered individual licenses? Is that correct?
Yes, so
So
you
if I
would
had
need.
3 on one footprint, it's still 3. It's not like now all of a sudden you turn that into 1 license?
No, you would still, yeah, you would still need to obtain those licenses for those individual uses from the township.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay. Okay.
I have another one, if I may. So
Sure.
going to item 10. So here we're saying, item 10, page 10 rather, item 9. So with the stacking, I would like to not, and I know this is kind of class, I would like to make a motion not to have the Class C recreational license in the ag area. So here it's talking about having the Class C. Should be 10, maybe not, maybe it's okay, because it just says it has to be on 10 acres, but it says in the AR district. So what happens with the, having grow facilities in the other districts?
So if you have a stack license, Paul, I mean, doesn't that mean that you can have 5 if I'm Class C? That's 20,000, that's 2,000 plants for each license, that's 10,000 plants. How big of a facility is that?
I don't know specifically. I'd have to
I
do
would
some-
think that it's a pretty big facility.
I would say big. If you ask me, I'd say pretty big. Yeah. I know,
Not true.
I guess the only experiential knowledge I could share is that I did tour grow facility with the chief of police from the city of Ypsilanti and saw what was half of what they could grow, which was 72 plants. And it took up space about half the size of this room. So 30 plants, and then there was a separate facility for smaller plants as well. Now, you can do it a lot more efficiently than that in a bigger space, but you're not talking about a small amount when you start talking about 2,000 plants.
So were you making that motion?
Well,
Or are
I'm
you
first
just
first
questioning?
inquiring.
Okay.
So, but I would like to make the motion, and if I recall, Mr. Lippens, it was your recommendation that the growth facilities, because they're more light or industrial, that they not be in the ag.
It was discussed at Planning Commission, and I've stated several times that that was my recommendation, and that Planning Commission's recommendation, upon much debate, was that it was consistent with the master plan vision and the development pattern of the agricultural district. The other thing that I've said is I kind of think we got it wrong. I think the micro business in the agricultural area is the right use for that area, and that the large grow facilities are the right use for the industrial areas.
For the what? What was the last part of that?
Yeah.
That it's my belief that the way a large-scale grow operation functions, an indoor grow, which is how they present themselves in today's market, is correctly placed in an industrial district. And from the township's growth patterns, the industrial districts are located along the US 23 corridor, which is better from a travel perspective as well.
We have very, very little industrial. That's the only industrial we have outside of Raytech and where Carter Lumber used to be.
Times 5? Or do I get to stack on that one site and get 10 acres for 5 C licenses?
Well, the question is, what would govern it is our local zoning ordinance. Right now, as it's proposed, and how I would interpret it, is you can co-locate. The minimum site is 10 acres.
Right.
And so you could get multiple licenses on that site.
Correct. And according to the state, the one that we can stack for grow is Class C. And so I could potentially have 5 Class C licenses on a 10-acre parcel.
The way to limit that is through our conditional use approval process. We could essentially call stacking of licenses an expansion of an approved conditional use, and that expanding, to 5 licenses, or if you were approved for 1 license and you wanted 2, would require conditional use approval. And that's how I would recommend we handle it. Likely, if someone's business plan was to stack 5 licenses, they would tell us when they apply, and we would handle it the first time they go through conditional use process. But people expand their businesses all the time, and they come back for new approvals.
And so kind of going back to my other question as well, is it says on page 10, item 9, it's saying in the AR district. So what about all the other districts that you can have growers in? So you can have grow operations in light industrial, I think, I can't remember, general commercial, is it? So,
Do we know how many acres are in our industrial area?
I don't know, but
I know.
see the purple?
Yeah.
It's a lot. A lot, she said.
Well,
I don't know.
I mean, I see for sale signs 120 acres, 400 acres, 500 acres, so
Yeah.
I see, it seems like a lot, but.
Yeah, it's a lot.
So my, it's just addressing it on page 10, item 9, just the AR district, but I thought that was what would be applicable to all the districts.
No.
No?
Those minimum acres were applied to the AR district.
Only? So if I put in a Class C license in the light industrial, I think is the other area it can be in, no minimum?
No minimum in that district. And the reasoning for that was that the AR district had minimum acre requirements for other similar types of uses like landscaping businesses or
Actually, we have a list.
I don't remember all of them.
Yeah, so if I go, it says, if I go and look at, on like page 4, it's saying that growers right now can be in limited industrial district, growers can be in general industrial district, and then growers can be in the ag. So this truly only, requirement only applies to the ag. That says these acreage needs to just apply for the ag. Is that correct? Okay.
Okay.
Should that be changed to include an acreage requirement in the industrial, in light industrial?
I don't know that it matters there so much, but.
Do you have neighboring businesses?
I don't know.
I think we ought to know how many acres we have of light industrial, but very little, I'm afraid. So, I don't know how to find that out, but I think they do.
So Mr. Ains or Ms. Chick, who's most appropriate to find out how many acres we have in the light industrial and I'd like to know more than just the light industrial.
But general industrial too.
Yep, and the general. Can we get an acreage count of that?
Mary could probably find that out, right?
Yeah,
Mary
or
Bird?
Mr. Lippin should be able to do that
Yeah,
pretty
okay.
easy.
Yeah,
What do you think?
it's just a GIS query.
Sure.
Sure. So you might have that by the end of the meeting then.
No, I cannot do that
Okay.
remotely.
Okay.
I will say in answer to the question about the buffer, I think I was mistaken. There was a vote on the buffer and it failed. So those 3 things that I put in the ordinance was incorrect for your packet tonight. I'm reading that in the minutes of July 23rd.
It failed. That's correct.
So I forgot,
So we
or I
need a motion
misread
for
the
that, so I
minutes.
don't
Okay.
It failed.
So it should be 1,000.
So it should be 1,000 foot.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for checking into that.
Yeah.
Thank you for asking me to. I apologize for the error.
Can
on
we
that.
keep it as is for now?
Yeah.
We can make
okay.
a motion to change it tonight, why would we not?
Yeah, I agree.
I think I don't know that this is in final form yet. I mean, with.
not.
So,
But
But
I
we
think,
should if we're gonna make changes, we should
We
make
should
them tonight.
exactly.
So we can
And
move
then
ahead,
make- and
yeah.
then
get
make
it
the
fixed.
motions.
Because we're not going to approve the ordinance tonight, because again, it goes in effect 30 days, and I think that would be before the November 5th election.
We should work on it before voting.
But we should have it.
We should have it in final draft.
I agree that we
long
should get all the
before
changes we
then. And then
think
have
we
the
want.
attorney look at it, final draft,
Yep.
have it ready to go.
And we could still
Or
make
to shelf.
changes. Yeah, exactly. I agree with that.
Okay.
So there's only 3 meetings, so we've got to time this out.
Right. I think we need to get as much as we can done tonight on this, and
Let's check.
Okay, so the reason that the planning commission, and we debated a long time over that, I know Mr. Lippens didn't think it was appropriate to have it in the ag area. I'm not really sure why, when you consider everything that's allowed in the ag area, and I want to remind people what is allowed as a conditional use in the agricultural area now, which is much more intrusive than a grow operation. You can have, and this is on 10 acres, you can have a public or private park, you have a camping ground, much more traffic, much more noise, much more people. You have a golf course, same thing, because we live on one, we know. Golf driving range, you can have a hunting lodge, so you've got people shooting guns. You can have a gun club with a 6-foot chain link fence with 2 strands of barbed wire at the top of the fence, including trap, skeet, shotgun ranges, pistol ranges, indoor firing range. Talk about noise, talk about people, talk about maybe not particularly aesthetically pleasing, as opposed to like a greenhouse type building. You can have a garden nursery, you can have a commercial greenhouse, you can have a livestock auction. Talk about smell. You can have a licensed restaurant or a bar when occupying an integral part of the main structure. You can have a community or government building. You can have an airport, noise, people. You can have sanitary landfill site, smell. You can have schools and universities, more people. You can have a hospital, nursing home, or sanatorium. You can have a church, synagogue, cathedral, mosque, temple, or building of public worship, or a cemetery, much quieter. You can have a veterinarian.
neighbors.
That's right. No, a veterinarian or animal clinic with kennels, which is fine. Farm labor, housing, public utility structure, radio and television broadcasting receiving antenna, a woodworking shop, a bulk feed and fertilizer outfit, bed and breakfast operations, a sawmill, group child care homes. So, I mean, a grow operation doesn't smell, it's quiet, it's a building, less traffic, as opposed to everything here that you can already do out there.
Sounds like you have a lot of choices that we could actually have. But what you didn't mention, there's drugs. We're talking about drugs. We have to keep this in perspective. These places are targets and have been targets, and we are talking about drugs.
And you can have alcohol here. You can do drugs at the campground.
Okay.
I do want to remind people too, presently, hemp is a cannabis plant. The only difference between hemp and marijuana is that the THC is 0.03. It smells the same, it's processed the same, it can be grown outdoors with no regulations.
It is grown in Northfield Township.
It is, right now it is. It's under the Right to Farm Act, so you've got marijuana inside of a building with no smell, no noise, less people.
Well, one thing I do because of the stacking, though, I mean, I will make a motion to move the Class C, both the medical and recreational, out of the ag area.
I'll support.
Okay.
Can I have that clarified, and where do you want it moved into?
It's already allowed in the light industrial as well as the general
okay,
industrial.
all right, I see.
So I
All right,
just
thank
want it eliminated from the ag area on the Class C for medical and recreational in my, that's my motion.
Okay.
Your motion is to eliminate Class C?
Yes.
From the ag.
From the
Medical,
ag area.
medical and recreational from the ag area.
Well, when I look at the map, I see a whole lot of ag, and I don't see very much industrial.
Okay. So we had a motion by Ms. Zelnok and second by Ms. Manley. Okay.
So my reason for doing that is, one, because of the license being stackable. One is just, I believe, not believe, but based on the information, looking at other areas. And listening to our planner is that it's more appropriate for light industrial. And
Thank you, sir.
so that's the reason for that.
Okay. Do we have any more discussion on that? Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
I'd like to have a roll call vote.
Okay, roll call vote on removing recreational Class C and medical Class C from the Ag District.
What's the feedback?
I don't know where that's coming from.
Are we all good?
Chuck?
Chick?
Yes.
Chockley?
Yes.
Otto?
Yes.
Manley? Yes. Zelenak?
Yes.
Bellinger?
Yes.
Docket?
No.
Okay, that passes 6-1.
Until I find out how much industrial we have.
Okay.
I moved prior, so I'll make the motion again, because I did this before. I moved to eliminate Class B from the ag area, both recreational and medical,
I'll support.
to keep it to the smaller facilities if we do end up going this route.
Okay. So we have a motion by Ms. Bellinger and support by Ms. Manley to remove
Class B,
Class B medical?
both medical and
Class B.
recreational from the ag.
Okay. Any more discussion on this one? Okay, roll call.
Docket? No. Zelenak?
No.
Manley? Yes. Otto?
No.
Chockley?
Yes.
Chick?
No.
Bellinger?
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
Okay, that,
Docket? He said
no.
He said no.
I got everybody.
Okay, so that,
I got the
That
vote
failed.
twice.
Yep.
Yeah.
yeah, that failed. Okay,
So I'm looking at, part of me just says the medical Class B of 1,000 plants.
And that's it.
That I would like that removed from the ag. But I'm okay with like the 500s. I would like to, I'd like to go and with your police officer and see it. I've been actually trying to go see one per se and not been able successful. They said you got to be an employee, you got to do this. My real, and I know Ms. Chick, you read all those. My real concern is potential like humming noise and the odor. I mean, when I walk down the street, I can smell marijuana in the houses, which is perfectly legal. And they're only supposed to grow 12 plants. And my concern is, what is it like if I have 1,000 or more plants? That's my concern.
Yeah, but they don't have odor abatement equipment.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe we should make, too bad that wasn't required.
I know, right?
okay.
So, I mean, that's my only thought right now.
So, Ms. Zelnok, you were making that motion to remove medical Class B from the Ag District?
Yes, and again, I mean, Mr. Lippens, could you give more of like a definitive, what is large? Is that over 500? Is that under 500? Is that 1,000? How do I define large?
I don't think I can do that. I agree that I think the Class C licenses, especially stat Class C licenses, are clearly more of an industrial character than the smaller licenses. One of the issues that I still think we have to work out statewide, what it means is this idea of equivalent licenses. So I'm not sure if we could remove a Class B medical license and leave the Class B adult use license.
Even though they're different numbers.
Even though they're different numbers. Because they're different numbers, I like that we've still defined them. But since they're equivalent, I probably would say just to leave it with the Class C since the Class B motion just failed. But
Okay. There's a motion on the floor, so we can take a vote, but.
I'll support.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Zelnok and support by Ms. Manley.
Now, wait a second, the motion is to just remove Class B.
Medical Class B, which is 1,000 marijuana plants.
Now, did you say that that isn't a good idea, to remove just only one?
Right.
Didn't you just say that? Or did I not hear you correctly?
Because of the equivalent license?
Right. So why would we go ahead and try to vote out just the one when you said it wouldn't be good to try to cut out just medical B as opposed to either both or neither?
The motion was on the floor.
The motion's on the floor, and now we're having discussion, so.
You could withdraw the motion.
I could do that. But I think I'll not at this point.
Ms. Manley?
To answer Mr. Dockett, looking at the master plan, page 15, this is from 2008. It says we have 393 industrial acres. I don't know how accurate that is, but
that's a little old.
It's broken down in here.
2008.
Yeah. It's probably pretty accurate.
15.
It's in the 75.
Right. Well, it gives us an idea at least.
Yeah.
And compared to ag,
Ag has 6885. This is from 2008. So it's probably not the most accurate, but like I said, it gives you some idea.
And does that discuss the other class, like general, commercial?
No.
No, it doesn't break it out. Well, you know, Ms. Zelnick was concerned about more than 500 marijuana plants, and the marijuana plants are going to smell the same if there's 1,000, I mean, you know, if they're a medical class B or if they're a recreational class C or whatever, they're all going to smell the same. And it takes a certain amount of space to grow that many. So I'd be in favor of eliminating medical class B. It's going to be a big operation.
I would too, but I don't know if that's something we can do now, is what he was saying regarding the state rules.
We don't know a lot about this.
I don't know.
So.
The state doesn't know what they're doing either.
So I guess what I would say is, you know, if we hear about state guidance, we can follow that guidance and revise our ordinance. So overall, I'm saying it's unclear. What we do know is that they're equivalent licenses. They are, you know, there are different plant limits for those licenses, and I don't know how that is the effect of that regulation. If it means if you have a Class B medical license for 1,000 plants, that you can grow adult use for 1,000. You know, it would appear to me that that's what the emergency rules state. But
Even though that in the document on page 5 and 6, it's indicating different, right? It's saying medical class B is 1,000, recreational class B is 500.
right, yeah, I think I said it right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, did you say it? I thought you said that if you had equivalent, that if you had one, that you could have both.
Right, I think I used the right numbers, but what
Okay.
I'm saying is the emergency rules make that unclear because they state equivalency between the licenses, so.
So like the highest common denominator, maybe?
I mean, if I had the license, I would make that argument.
Right. So even though they kind of are, giving different numbers, it sounds like, maybe not, right?
Okay. Well, is there any, we have a motion on the floor to eliminate recreational class B.
Medical class B.
Medical class B, sorry, from the
Medical.
ag district. I guess we can have a roll call on that if no one has anything more to say.
I don't see any harm in doing it, and
I
if
don't
things
either.
change, we'll have to change things as new rules come along from the state anyways.
Yep.
We good?
Yep.
Well, I have the same concern Mr. Dockett does, is that you're putting all these grows in one area. Is there enough room for all of these grows?
They're all going to be confined into a big pole barn probably, right?
Separate pole barns.
Separate pole barn.
With room
Right.
between them, Mary.
Yeah. One plant takes up probably a square yard, 9.
I'm
would say
talking about
10.
within the districts that you're putting them. I mean, to me, I guess I'm trying to visualize it, and you're trying to think aesthetically. We're talking about the AR against the general commercial. Now you're really jamming up one area with a bunch of buildings.
General industrial.
General industrial,
And
sorry.
light industrial.
Right, correct. But, and then out in the ag, you've got thousands of acres. You got one building here, one building way over here. It's
Yeah.
not going to be such an impact.
Yeah, people aren't living in the general industrial area, though. They're living in the ag area. I mean, there's going to be houses potentially right
Again,
next door.
they can have all those things next door to them too. It's no different than a big barn or a big greenhouse nursery.
Roll call. Yeah.
Otto.
No.
Manley, yes. Zelenak,
Yes.
Bellinger,
Yes.
Docket, Shockley,
Yes.
Chick.
No.
Okay, that passes 5-3. 4-3, yes. We
We gotta do- gotta vote.
clone someone else
Keep me
here.
in check here.
Okay. All right, does anyone
That
have
pa-
any
that
other
passed on a
issues?
NIMBY vote.
Pardon?
That passed on a NIMBY vote.
NIMBY vote?
Not logical, not reasonable or rational, NIMBY vote.
A NIMBY vote.
Thank you for
Okay.
that.
So let's, I don't know, do we have any more changes recommended to this ordinance for Mr. Lippens?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
We probably do. I'm sure we do.
you have some more? It's 9:30, and it would be nice to get through both marijuana ordinances tonight.
I would like to make a motion for the marijuana micro-businesses to be extended into the ag area.
I'll support.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Otto and support by Ms. Chick to extend the marijuana micro-businesses into the ag area. How many plants can a micro-business have? 500?
150.
150.
150? Okay.
Like a farm market.
It's just like a farm market. It's less than the recreational class. It's just as much as the recreational class A.
How many do you suppose to approve?
I think we,
I
As
think
many as I
there's
can.
We had a number.
6.
Yeah.
We have 3 micro businesses permits.
That's not enough.
where's our chart, our graph?
For me?
I said that's not enough.
It's on page 6 of the 19-67 item.
Is there micro businesses for medical and recreational?
No, it's a recreational
It's
license.
just
Okay.
recreational.
Okay. And we proposed 6 for that at one point?
No, 3. 3 micro businesses.
All right, that's what I'm
That's
asking.
in the permitting. That's
Yeah,
in
the
the
permit
permitting
ordinance.
ones.
Which page is
That's
that?
in the permitting.
That's in the
Permit-
permitting
Oh,
ordinance.
Page
it's not
6
nice.
though,
Oh,
but
okay.
We're
I
not
mean, if you
dealing
want to
with-
know the number, that's where you
Yeah.
find the numbers.
We're not dealing with that one right now.
I know, but
Right, but if we want to vote on something, I mean,
might
is it
wanna-
32? Is it?
Yeah,
right, is
right.
it 32? Is it
Yeah.
5? Is it 6? Is it 12? Is it most? Everything's 12. Everything is 3.
No, micro-business is 3.
Right.
Yeah.
Everything pretty much is 3 except for grow, which is 12.
But the micro is only for recreational.
Yes.
Okay, so that's why there's only 3.
There's
Yeah.
only 3 for that.
Yeah, okay.
So
So,
there's a motion, right?
yeah,
Right.
there is a motion
So
to extend micro businesses into the
Okay.
ag area. I felt a little better until I read this article that you passed out, Ms. Chick, about Michigan micro businesses. I don't know.
no one has any right now, correct? It's a new.
Yes,
So they're
ma'am.
not
Right.
issuing
The
licenses.
goal of the state was to replace a home caregiver with the micro business because they're licensed and regulated and caregivers currently are not.
Yeah.
And do you really think that's going to happen?
Yeah, what I thought was really uncomfortable in the micro businesses is for the first 2 years, only Michigan residents are eligible. But after that, anybody can get one, and possibly even less than 2 years. On page, well, I think it's the 3rd page in here. So it's not like all Michigan. Just the first 2 years has to be Michigan residents. Otherwise, it can be anybody.
I don't know.
So, I mean, I've had this, I can't, is there any way you can just say you got to be on a paved road?
Yeah.
I mean, I would be comfortable with that.
Of course you could do that. That
mean,
would
is
be a
that-
special land use regulation, and it would be, related to the siting of a facility within the district. I think that we could look at that. I think you'd want to justify it. Certainly, I think one potential reason would just be customer access.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, so I look at it, if I may, I mean, I live close to Miss Chick and Miss Otto, and I live on a golf course, near a golf course. We get a lot of traffic, okay. But I think about the golf course. If it was on a paved road, it would get a lot more business. And it wouldn't actually ruin our dirt road. No, our dirt road. 'Cause I was here before Miss Chick and Miss Otto, and I was saying that when they said they're going to build the golf course, they said, Washtenaw County, no problem, the road can handle it. How can it handle that much more traffic without any road improvements? And then Shadowwood came, and it's like, nah, we can handle it. That's not true. I mean, I think I got to believe our dirt road gets a lot more than most because of where we are. And that's where my concern on the micro business is. If the golf course was on a paved road, I think it would be much more prosperous, but I could be wrong. And that more people would tend to go. And then, again, if you put it on the dirt road, are you going to allocate more funding to keep that road up as a township, as a county? Because you're going to get more traffic, I would think, otherwise it's going to go out of business.
Amendment to my motion?
You're going to make an amendment? Am I making an amendment?
Oh, yeah. Are you going to make an amendment to my motion?
Amendment that it be contained on paved roads.
As a condition.
As a conditional, yes. Thanks
Okay.
for the help there, Ms. Chick.
I will support it.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Yep.
So we're voting on whether micro businesses could be on paved roads, but we're not voting on micro businesses yet, right?
Just
We're
Just
making
on
an
whether
We're
they'll be
making
on
an
paved roads.
amendment that it
would
is
be
a
a
conditional
condition
use.
on a paved road or.
road.
Like North
How should we word
Territorial?
that, Ms. Chick?
Pardon?
It just says a condition of approval. that
Of
it would have-
approval.
yeah,
Okay, so.
That it would have to be on a
So
paved road.
I make an amendment that the condition of approval that it be on a paved road.
And I support.
Okay. And
Thank you for your help.
I just want to say that we did do an open space ordinance, and developments on paved roads get a density bonus, and it's because of the traffic. And so we require them to be, if they want the density bonus, on a paved road. So, there is that precedence
So
for
does
that
that
sort
mean
of
they get to
thing.
have two micro businesses on the same property? Is that the bonus they get?
That's people, no. That's houses. So anyway, okay.
So we're
vote.
talking about North Territorial's one.
7 Mile,
7 Mile,
7 Mile.
Whitmore Lake Road.
Whitmore Lake
Yeah.
Road. Whitmore Lake, North Territorial, 7 Mile, and part of Sutton.
Yeah.
So is this
Right.
one vote, or are we
This
doing
is
two
the
separate-
amendment. We're
This
just
is the
voting
Just
on
the
the amendment.
Okay, so this is for the paved road.
Right,
All right, just clarifying.
yeah.
All right. Ready? Manley? No. Otto?
Yes.
Chockley?
Yes.
Chick?
Yes.
Zelenak?
Yes.
Bellinger?
No.
Docket?
Okay, well, I'm going to vote no on the next part. Okay, so the other, so that
The reason
passed.
I voted no, I believe they should have it anywhere they want it. I mean,
I'd like
if
to
somebody, no
I
matter,
agree, but
you
we have to
can't,
go
you
somewhere.
can't tell people, well, you can't do this because you're not on a paved road. That does not make sense to me. You can tell them that, but I don't think it's fair.
Okay, it's a traffic issue. Okay, now we're voting on allowing micro businesses in the ag area on paved roads only. Did I get that right? Okay.
understand. Tell me that again.
We're moving the micro business, we're giving the opportunity to have the micro businesses in the ag area.
Anywhere.
On a paved road.
On a paved road.
With the condition
What
of
we
a
just
paved road.
vote on?
The
The
amendment.
paved road.
It passed.
It was the amendment to my original motion to move it in the ag, to be
Okay,
able to have it in the ag
And
area.
it passed.
And it passed
Okay.
So yes,
So now we're voting,
for micro businesses.
in the ag area.
On paved roads.
With the condition that it be on a paved road.
okay. Sorry.
That's okay.
No, that's all right.
Okay.
It's confusing. It does get that way.
Yep. All right, are we ready to vote on this? Okay, roll call, please.
Zelenak,
Yes.
Bellinger,
No.
Manley, no. Chockley,
No?
Otto,
Yes.
Chick,
Yes.
Docket,
No.
Okay, no micro businesses in the ag area.
We're not on a paved road. If they want to make another motion to have it, I'll vote yes on it. But I'm not going to restrict people because there's not a paved road. Doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, are we done with ordinance 1966 so that we can get a final version back from Mr. Lippens? Any more discussion on ordinance 1966?
There may be.
I think there is one.
There may
On
be.
page 2. I didn't, I know at the other meeting we talked about on page 2, the whereas, the last whereas. That Ms. Chick, didn't you say that?
Yes,
you
that
weren't?
was one of the changes I sent to, or reminded Mr. Lippens that had not been made, so.
And where is that at?
It's on page 2 of
The
the
last whereas.
ordinance 1966, the last
So-
whereas.
These were not done as a motion last time, but can I read to you what I believe was discussed that I did not do?
It has to be removed.
The total number of permits for growers is supposed to be changed from 12 to 6 for recreational and 6 for medical.
Right.
So that's supposed to be split.
Correct. And that's in the
Um,
actual ordinance of
That's in the permitting
the
one,
permit,
right?
but yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
Section 23-7I, statement at the end of the sentence, and meeting state requirements. Section 23-8, item 3.
We're not on that one, though.
Yeah, we're just on.
We're not on that
We're
ordinance,
19-66.
Yeah, we're only
Oh,
on the
sorry.
zoning.
Okay, the only one I have for that is removing the last whereas.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to remove the last whereas on page 2, where it states, "The board considers the recommendation of the Planning Commission and public comments and voted on the modifications included herein."
May I ask why would this be removed?
Because the board didn't consider the recommendations of the Planning Commission.
Yes, we
I thought they sure as heck did.
We did, we just didn't agree
talked
with
about
them.
it quite a bit. We just didn't accept the recommendations. We
The
sure did
first time they
consider
came to the board, they were totally dismissed. They came back the second time and they were given a brief overview, but they were never given the consideration that they deserved. That was my only comment.
But that's your opinion. We did read them and consider them. We thought them to be too liberal. That's why we trimmed back the numbers of establishments and so forth.
Yeah, well, and my comment on that too was, I had asked, I mean, we have it now, the reasoning why the Planning Commission came up with they did, but that was after the fact. And I will keep saying, my requirement is, I, as a board member, when you bring something to me, you want me to vote yes. So I want to know the reasoning behind your numbers, your proposal. And I asked, and we finally got it, but it was 2 meetings later. So, I think.
So I will withdraw my motion then.
I actually am still like to work with this document a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and give it a try. Registered primary caregivers, I think have some
What page is
reasonable
that?
use. I'm on page 3 right now.
Page
So,
3?
Yeah, what I would actually do is I'm going to make a motion to eliminate or prohibit provisioning centers in our township. What I would actually like to do is add provisioning centers as well as marijuana retailers. I'd like to prohibit both in our township. That'd be number 7 and number 4 on this document on page 3.
Okay.
I'll support.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Bellinger and support by...
I move to prohibit marijuana retailers and marijuana provisioning centers in our township. I'm on page 3 of this document, item number 4 and 7.
I'm sorry, are those part of your motion, or is there specific?
I think that's just
wording you want,
specific
or-
showing where is it.
It's just, do you want all the wording from those things included in the motion? I just need to be
No.
clear.
I don't think we need all the wording. Thank
So
you.
your motion is to prohibit marijuana retailers and provisioning centers in the township?
Yes, please.
And the support was Manley?
Support was with Ms. Manley. No, micro businesses have retail sales also. Was that a concern?
At this point, no.
Yeah.
I'm discussing
Okay.
only
Can we
marriage.
just do one at a time?
All right, so...
Yeah, micro business is under a different, I believe, different category.
Okay,
Didn't we just say no micro businesses?
In ag.
Okay.
yeah. Okay, do we need any more discussion on this one? Okay. Roll call.
Otto,
No.
Docket,
No.
Bellinger,
Yes.
Zelenak,
No.
Manley, yes. Chockley,
Yes.
Chick,
No.
Okay, that failed. Okay. Anything else?
Were you voting on both of them or just one of them?
I was voting on both, all the retail sale type thing, the provisioning and the marijuana retail sales.
I thought it was only one, and I thought you'd have another one, but
Okay.
that's fine.
No, that was it. Because I think the caregiver is
Yeah, well-
makes sense. Secure transporter, I can see that makes sense. But
I don't know.
the retailers,
Right here.
I just don't think it's something we need.
Okay,
I
Go
wanted
ahead.
to do some more because we've made comments, but we have not made motions on them. So I'm going to
Okay.
just continue. Number 10, page
Is that
10.
page 10?
Is that page 10?
Page 10, number 13, where we talked about security cameras. We did not make the motion, so I'm going to make the motion to, where it states that security cameras, which include recordings and record keeping, shall comply with all state requirements.
Support.
okay. We have a motion by Ms. Otto and support by Ms.
Bellinger. Yep.
Do we have any discussion on that item? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you, that passes 7-0.
And I'm going to do the next one. Yeah, the next one I am going to, well, this one's correct. It's in the other one that it's not correct.
Is that the hours?
What is
Yeah.
it, what's the next page number?
Same
The
page.
next
It's
page
gonna be
number
11.
is number 11,
Item
and it's
3.
under number 16C. Filters shall be changed a minimum of once every 365 days or in accordance to manufacturer recommendations, and a motion to include whichever is less.
Well, that doesn't
we have a
say,
motion by
that
Ms.
doesn't say anything about the state law or anything.
No, I don't know that there's a state law for that, is there?
Oh.
Anyway, it doesn't. We have a motion by Ms.
No,
Otto.
it says 365 days or
Yeah.
or according to manufacturer's recommendations,
Okay.
whichever is less.
Yep.
Whichever is
Support.
less.
I mean,
Support.
Okay. Motion by Otto, support by Bellinger. Any more discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you, that passes 7-0.
Okay, and then
What
the
else?
last one,
Page 13.
on page 13 at the top.
Okay, yep.
Where we talk about the provisions of this zoning code amendment change zoning code to ordinance.
Okay,
make-
zoning ordinance or ordinance amendment? Do you want to take code out and put ordinance?
I
or
would put
just, okay,
ordinance amendment
okay.
instead of zoning code amendment.
Okay, just plain ordinance amendment. Okay.
On number A, it says the above ordinance.
Yeah, it
All right,
does.
are we all, are we good with that, Ms. Lumble?
These changes aren't being made if they're not recorded.
Support.
Oh, yeah, motion
Support.
by Otto, support by Bellinger. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you, that passes 7-0. All right. The next one, are we done with that one?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to table the balance of the agenda beyond the 1967, ordinance
Okay,
1967.
beyond the 1967, okay.
I'll support.
Okay, that
Where's
makes
the
sense.
agenda?
We have a motion by Ms. Chick and support by Ms. Otto to table or postpone, table. It's really, we're going to postpone it really, but anyway, to table the remainder of the agenda beyond ordinance number 1967. All right, any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. That passes. We'll be out of here someday. Okay. What about this one?
I think Mr.
Mr.
Lippens might be able to tell us
Yep.
the things that he needs to make,
Yep.
and then we can make motions on it. Because I think you started that, Mr. Lippens, and we were...
Yep.
I did.
So will we get this document back with all the corrections and everything, the
clean
distances
copy?
and everything? I mean, we certainly should. It'd be nice to have a correct one.
Yes, a clean copy with these changes
That would
is
be
what's being
outstanding.
requested. The
Outstanding.
email I have on ordinance 67, I appreciate trustee Chick for sending these revisions to me again. Changing from 12 to 6 for recreational, 6 for medical.
It's on page 5.
Yep,
On
page
page
5.
5.
Page 5.
Need a motion for that?
So I'll make the
Yeah.
motion to change section 23-4-1A to show, instead of 12 permits, to show 6 permits for recreational marijuana and 6 permits for medical
Support.
marijuana.
Which document are we now on? Did we move to the next document?
Yep, we're on the
Yes.
permitting
6, 7.
document.
Okay. That was page 5 you're on?
And then I have in
Yes.
23-7.
Did
oh,
we,
sorry,
did
you
we
gotta
take a
vote.
vote?
Yep.
Yeah, can we
Well-
look at that again, please? Can you, okay, you said section 23.3?
It's
Section-
23-4,
23.4, okay.
page 5, it's
Okay, I see.
1A, where
And-
it says growers facility, a total of 12 permits. We're saying 6 permits for recreational and 6 permits for medical.
Great, thank you, because I did have that any underlined. Instead of it being specific, it said any of the following.
Right.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that.
Okay.
Where are we at here?
We're on page 5,
Page 5.
at the
Just
very
fix this.
bottom.
Okay, do we need a vote on this? Do we all
Yes.
agree,
We make
correct?
a motion.
Okay.
Motion's on the floor, let's take a
Okay,
vote, it's
motion by
documented.
Otto.
She was asking to change the line A, grower facilities, a total of 12 permits, to change it to 6 in med and 6 in recreational, as
Yep.
opposed to it being
That's what we
any.
did originally.
Yeah.
We're down.
I'm just making it legal,
What number right here?
again.
Okay.
Well, this way
So
we...
who seconded that? I'll second it if nobody else did.
I did.
Oh,
Janet
Chick,
did.
okay. Do we have any more discussion on that? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
I'm still reading.
You're s-
Okay, you're changing it.
6 and 6. So we're changing it to 6 medical types and then 6 recreational.
Which is what we initially
That's what we've
approved.
had for a while. So instead of just 12 of any, it's kind of was 6 and 6.
All right.
That may not make a difference based on whatever the equivalent licenses.
Okay.
Right, and
So,
No
did
need
you
to
want to
vote.
vote, Mr. Dockett, or did you? All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, anyone opposed? Okay, thank you, that was 7-0. Okay. More changes in here?
Yes.
Okay.
Page 9.
Page 9, okay.
Should read the same motion as the one that was in the other ordinance, according to the state requirements. So on page 9, security, item,
Item I, or is that J?
yep, section 223-7,
ABCD.
item 1,
Is that an I or a 1?
2. So, no, it's 23-7, item 2,
2BI.
BI, on page 9.
Right here.
Page 9.
Number 2.
Page 9, under section 23-7,
Yes.
go into
What number?
2,
Okay.
then go to B,
Okay.
and then go to I. 1.
Okay.
1. So it should say,
It's
to
B
meet the
little
state.
I.
B little 1, B
Yeah.
little I. So it should meet the state requirement that needs to be added. It should really be the same that we're language. So the motion is that that needs to be updated to include, to meet the state requirements.
Support.
Motion by Zelnok and support by Chick. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you, that passes 7-0.
On page 11,
Okay.
item 3.
Yep.
That should say what the item on page 10 does.
So it's supposed to
9 to 9.
read between the hours of 9 a.m.
Monday through Saturday,
and 9
a.m.
p.m., Monday through Saturday?
Yes, and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Yes.
Was it supposed to, I thought, okay, so 9 PM or 7 PM?
That's where it was.
It says 9 p.m.
okay.
to 7 a.m.
a.m., right.
I
Yeah.
know, they have the a.m. and p.m.s mixed up.
So that's supposed to be
Oh, it's
9 AM is
No,
when they're.
no.
It says
no.
shall be
So
closed.
This is
we're,
when they're closed.
Hours, yeah.
Oh,
This is
these
closed.
are closed.
Yeah.
we're working on a
That's
typo.
like extremely confusing.
Yeah, no,
No,
it
no,
says
no, no.
closed,
So it
Some-
says that they can be open from what? 8
9 to
not-
7 PM.
why don't you just-
7:01 to 9?
Why
Or
don't
just
you-
have it match the other one?
Yeah, why don't you change the wording for marijuana facilities shall be open instead of
It
closed
should match the other one.
to match the other one?
Right. That's correct. It should match the other one. Hours of operations should be Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., Sunday,
There
10
must be a
a.m.
reason.
to 6 p.m.
for this, specifying that they must be closed at these hours.
So tell me why.
So this, I don't know, but this
What
is
was the
curious,
reasoning
this is
behind
on
it?
here.
It's just the opposite of. what
The other one
hours.
said hours of operation, that it may be
So
open.
is this because people, I mean, you could be right. I mean, maybe they don't need to be consistent. Is this because we want people to come to work at 7 a.m.?
No, they can't, they have to be closed up until 7
Because
AM.
the rest of it says, "No sale or other distribution of
Right.
marijuana in any form shall occur
Right.
upon the premise or be delivered to
Right.
and from the premise between the hours of 9 p.m. and 7 a.m."
Right.
7 AM, mine says. Oh,
So now
mine
you
says
get,
7 a.m.
to me, you're kind of, okay, you got maybe your provisioning centers that you want open from 9 to 9, but maybe the people that are doing secure transports, you
Deliveries
want them to
before they
start at
open.
7.
Yeah.
But this says medical facilities and no sales or other distribution.
Oh, right.
Okay.
So it's like, I think you may want your, more of your secure processors and or your processors and your transportation to be able to show up at work at 7 or maybe 6. I don't know.
Or you don't want processors driving and in and out between 9 and 7.
Yeah, because the noise ordinance is 7
So
a.m.
anyway.
So
Sorry.
I'm
So
sorry
what's
I
the
didn't
intent?
realize this
Okay.
the last time we talked about it, but it does seem to me like the item 10 in the zoning ordinance applies specifically to retail operations, and it establishes hours of operations,
And these are
basically when
filled
you can open
facilities.
that store for the public. In the other one, what it does is it says when you must be closed for all facilities. So, it basically says you can open at 7, but you have to close at 9 p.m.
Okay.
for all facilities.
Yeah, so
And
we should
that
correct
is
it.
not necessarily inconsistent with the established hours of operation for the retail facilities. So both of these could exist. I'm not
Yes.
saying we can't modify them, but that they're different. They say different things.
But what gets me is that no sale or other distribution. That's where the inconsistency comes. Because here we're actually saying the dispensaries is 9 to 9. Here we're saying, it's 7 to 9.
Well, dispensary.
7 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Maybe a
basically.
dispensary can receive some product between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. before they open.
Right. I
But
think that's what
but
it's
it
addressing.
says no sale or other distribution.
But they're not selling it, they're receiving it.
I'm selling you a product that you're buying because you're not going to just drop off your product without collecting money.
Guess that's a technicality.
But so my real question is,
The delivery of sale?
well, no, my real question is,
You're paying it,
Right.
not
Okay.
collecting at the time.
I'm fine with, the facilities and all that. But because this clause doesn't specifically state the businesses, is there not a conflict between the dispensaries and the retail in this?
Can we have Paul look further into it
I mean,
and discuss it later?
so really what we're looking at is, again, I have a conflict because the other one says specifically dispensaries and retail, 9 to a.m. This one is all-encompassing.
Right.
And if
Well, I
it's,
think it's combining all businesses in
Yeah, it
one.
says conduct of a business
Right.
at a facility.
Right.
Any
All of them.
facility.
but then that gets in conflict with the other one that says 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., to me.
That's probably retail selling things. This
Well,
is
maybe this should be-
transporting and accepting.
9 p.m. to 9 a.m.
So if we want to do that, can we not just call out the facilities, secure transporter? So I guess I'd make a motion that we call out the businesses impacted by the item on item 10. So
I think
that
it'd
would
be all
be,
of them.
is it dispensaries?
Yeah.
Yeah, it says all facilities.
I think it would be all of them.
All facilities, it would be all of them.
But then we're back to, it's in conflict with the other one.
Well,
You can open at 7 to receive product.
right, you just
You
can't
don't-
sell
you're not
before
selling
7.
anything until after 9.
No sale or other, but I can't distribute the product.
Well, that's
Right.
what she
No.
means.
You
She
put it
can't-
in your storage room.
You're not
But I'm not
distributing.
distributing it from a secure transporter to a
No.
retailer?
You're
That's
delivering
not
it.
distribution?
No.
No.
No? It's news to me.
It just says they're closed for business, period, right?
There'll be no activity if
No
from
activity
9
between
p.m. to
9
7
p.m. and
a.m.
7 a.m. You're closed.
So if
Yeah.
if someone has a dispensary and they open up at 7 a.m., are they in violation or not?
Yeah, because
they're
it's supposed to
open
open
for
at 9.
deliveries.
Huh?
Business.
9 to 9.
Yeah.
They can,
They'd
For
be
sales.
violated. For sales.
For
yeah.
sales.
Well, I guess I would take my attorney and say, hey, it says here on item 11, I can be open at 7 a.m.
Well, if somebody needs
It
to get
says
in their
no
truck at 7 a.m. to get to a spot by 7:30 or 8 or 9 or something.
I guess
So
the
let's just put it this way. My husband took care of the store at CarQuest, which is now Advanced Auto. Their truck came at 6 a.m. every morning.
Right.
They didn't open up until 7 o'clock in the morning. So nobody could come between 6 and 7
right.
to ask for parts, but he was there to take distribution
So
of
we
the
don't think there's
truck.
an
I guess
issue.
the word distribution we need defined.
Correct.
Well, I believe distribution means that they're selling it over the counter.
Right.
Right.
I can't understand about who cares about the delivery and this.
Correct. I agree.
Right.
You're just delivering the product to
Otherwise it would
somebody
say
that's already
delivery.
That
purchased it.
distribution means selling. to the customer.
It doesn't mean deliveries.
I would think.
So what if, to resolve this, we just strike or other distribution from that sentence?
Right, that's what I was thinking. Change it to deliver.
Just leave no sale.
Say,
No
closed for
sale.
business and no sale of marijuana in any form.
Yep, I'd be fine with that.
Okay. But this means that all other activities could be going on in this building between 9 p.m. and 7 a.m.
No, it doesn't.
You could
That's
have traffic
closed.
in and out of there.
No, because they're
They're
closed.
closed.
Because they're closed.
So I read it as...
But the grow facilities aren't necessarily closed overnight.
So I read it as if someone comes to my grow facility and wants to pick up the product, and they want to pick it up at 7 a.m., I cannot sell it to them.
Right.
Right.
Well, they probably already paid for it if they're coming to pick it up.
Well,
You
I don't know
invoice
about
them.
that. But I don't know how, I don't know.
I wouldn't
We
change
release
the,
any product if it
I wouldn't
hasn't been
change the
paid
text
for.
in here.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking that when you actually come pick up your product, that's when you're paying for it.
Can we just have Paul look at this a little bit further?
Yeah, I mean,
if you change this up, what you're saying is people can come and go, whether they're employees or whatever they are, all throughout the hours of night.
correct.
That's what that's saying if you change that up.
I'm just saying, well,
Well, the hours of operation
that's why it's
is
getting
only
late.
regulated for retail, provisioning center, and micro businesses.
Well, we might not make
So
it.
yes, like the grow facilities, that doesn't
You're
have
gonna
regulated
have
hours.
to, you're gonna have to be able to accept
I
deliveries.
might not make it to the end of this.
Yeah, I might not.
Most
I don't,
grocery
I don't,
stores,
I don't
most
tend to be,
retail.
I don't tend to be here till 11 o'clock.
Can we let our planner figure this out?
Yeah, so my only thought
So I
is,
think it's
if I'm a
time to-
neighborhood,
Time to move on.
Okay.
and if I'm a neighborhood and I have this, can I not come and say, hey, you can't do that? And that's probably what we want to avoid.
Well, we can talk about it the next week.
I don't know, we can ask Mr. Byrne about people understanding or not, or not.
I know what you're saying, I gotta have.
See what other people
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we never go to court because we're all in understanding. Anyway, I think,
The best way to avoid going to court is to opt out.
well, I just think, I don't know.
Can we just look at other people's ordinance to see
Right.
how they have it written and come back with it?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yep, figure it out, Mr. Lippens.
Figure it out just to make sure. Okay, fine. I agree. Just, yeah, look at that.
Just have Paul come back with it?
Okay,
You did?
we need to move on here.
We did not create this ordinance, it came from other ordinances, yeah.
Shall be closed and no sale
Yeah.
or distribution of
We
marijuana
just
in
need to
any
move on from a
form
word.
shall occur in the premises or be delivered, in any form. To be
This is
delivered.
great. It just keeps.
Okay.
Let's move on.
Let's move on here.
Call the question.
Okay,
Yep.
that's right.
Okay, I have an issue.
All right, we're gonna leave it as is then, I guess.
Yep.
Okay,
I
fine.
have an issue with, on page 9, at the top of the page, D. It says, "An application to amend an existing permit to change the location of the facility." Top of the page.
Page 9.
Page 9, and I'm reading D. "An application to amend an existing permit to change the location of the facility shall be submitted no later than 90 days." But if they're changing the location, they need a conditional use permit, correct? So then it needs to go through a public hearing, and it might be longer than 90 days, depending on if they're changing it to another location that's already approved.
No, it's saying that if you're applying, that the existing permit, blah, 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 it has to be submitted no later than 90 days before the existing permit expires.
Right.
Yeah.
But if they want to change their location, they need to go jump through some more hoops, correct, Mr. Lippens?
Yeah, they would have to get site plan approval for a new location.
Right.
I think what this is saying is if you hold a license or a permit,
Mhm.
township only has so many permits, you can move, but you have to notify the township of your intent to move 90 days prior before expiration. And that
Okay.
process would be filed at that point.
Okay.
So then you have to file your site plan applications,
Okay.
conditional use applications, and begin that, have a site secured.
Do you want to warn them at any, in here that there's more hoops if they're gonna change location.
I mean, if people are establishing these uses, they're gonna go through that process. I mean, they should know. They'll know.
Okay, I
That
don't
they
know
should
that.
have their I's dotted and their T's crossed before they even try to do this.
Okay, we just get lots of complaints that people don't know what they're doing. You know, they don't understand our processes and they just don't, and then we get chewed out for it, so,
Well, it would be reasonable, I think, to add a sentence here that says,
yeah.
you know, all site plan and conditional use permits will be required in this instance, you know.
Okay.
So you could make a motion to that
Something
effect.
like that, yeah. All right, tell me what I'm making a motion to say.
What should it read, Janet?
Oh, I thought you were making a motion.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
she
going
doesn't know
to,
what to
except I
say.
gotta figure out what it's gonna say.
What did you say, Paul? All site uses?
conditional use
Before
permits.
existing permit expires, all township requirements, including site plan and conditional use applications shall be required in this instance.
Before permit expires, all site plan approvals and conditional uses. Must be, are required. Okay. Okay, did you get that, Ms. Lembo?
Actually, I didn't.
Okay. So we're going to add a sentence to D.
So you're adding after the part where it says before the existing permit expires.
Right.
You're
Before the
adding all site plan.
And conditional uses.
approvals.
Are required.
Shall be required.
Okay. Yep, shall be required.
That's it, all site plan approval shall be required.
Right. And
Site
that,
plan
and conditional.
uses shall be required.
Okay.
Support.
Okay, motion by Chalkley, support by Bellinger. Any more discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
I oppose.
Okay, so we have 6 yeses and 1 no. Okay.
People should be able to move the store as far as I'm concerned.
Then on page 16, on page 13 again, the provisions of this ordinance amendment instead of zoning code amendment, I'll make the motion to change the word to ordinance instead of zoning code. Zoning code. I'm getting tired.
Support.
Okay, any more discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
Who was the support?
I did.
Bellinger supported Otto.
Ballinger.
Yep. All right.
I take it this was merely a typo, zoning code amendment versus ordinance?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, now we've got the actual permit, which I don't have a lot of issues with the actual permit and all of the material information required. It's the scoring.
Is this the permit or is this a questionnaire?
Yeah, well,
Same
there's a questionnaire, then there's an application.
Well, direct us to, there's pre-application questionnaire, and then,
Yeah.
so which one are you talking
And then there's a
about?
permit application, and then, but then there's the scoring.
I have some issues with that for sure.
Yeah.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve the pre-application questionnaire for the marijuana facilities permit.
I'll support.
Okay, so.
I'd like to ask where, what was the source for this question, for this permit?
Buena Vista, no. If you didn't know, did you
Well, it
see it?
looks like it.
Yeah. I mean, it says right there in the,
Buena Vista.
yeah, in the memo. And, yeah.
Not for the application.
No? Oh, okay.
No.
The application was modeled off Ann Arbor
Oh, that's
as
okay.
requested.
Yeah.
The scoring criteria was modeled off of Buena Vista Township, which is an application process that McKenna managed using this type of model. Does relate back to the master plan and other decision-making criteria.
Okay. Okay, so we do have a motion to approve the questionnaire and the
Wait a
permit
minute.
application.
The questionnaire and...
No, we're just doing
It's
the
just the
pre-application. We're just
pre-application.
doing the pre-application questionnaire, correct?
The pre-application questionnaire.
That's it.
Okay,
Yep.
okay.
And the support.
Yep.
Okay, so we have a motion by Otto and Chick? No,
Motion by Chick.
Chick and Otto?
Chick and Otto.
Chick and Otto, okay.
Chano.
I just have one change.
Okay.
Could we have this sent to the Township Planning Department, not to me personally? Because it will sit in my box and
Yes, what page is that?
just
Where
on the
is that?
front page, on the pre-application
Please
questionnaire.
return completed application to Township Planning Department.
Yeah, because the
Sounds good.
back page of that says Township Planning Department, so,
Gotta change the number, right, your extension?
yeah,
Sounds good.
thank you.
So I have an item. So how does this work in coordination with the state and people applying for the state for the license? Does this come first, or does the state license come in? Do we have a question on here that says, you know, have you applied or have you been pre-approved by the state?
Mr. Lippens, the state and the township work together, correct?
Yeah, I think it's a parallel process. The state wants people to demonstrate that they have a site, and we want applicants to demonstrate that they're going through the state process.
So is there a question that we ask that says, you know, you've started the process with the state to get a license?
Yeah,
I mean, is that something we could add, or?
there is in the application documents required to prior legal operation under the facility permit, says copy of state license.
But that's not in the pre-application. So I'm going back to when Grand Rapids, that they were, the people that came and talked about the the individuals that came and talked about running their dispensary currently. And they had indicated, I thought that they said that before you start taking an application, you want to make sure that they have applied and actually been pre-qualified, as I actually think is what they said. Because I can only speak from a liquor license. They have changed the process where you actually submit for a liquor license and they give you like a 10-day glance to say, yep, you don't have any felonies, yep. And that you're probably okay to get it. And then they take another 30 days to do a deep dive. So that's all I'm recalling from that meeting. They said about the application. It might be good that, and maybe you don't need it on the pre-application, but that you have already, you know, applied and, you know.
Yeah, it's on the application.
It's on the application, but not on the pre.
Because there's two processes, my understanding is. One is you kind of like pre-qualify for a license, and then you actually go through a more intense background qualification.
Well, before they can fill out this application, they have to have a license. They can do the pre-op.
Right.
But this one, they need the actual
So it doesn't go any
license.
further, but I have a question about this one too.
I don't understand why someone would want to, it says, has the business received a zoning compliance permit? Okay, in order to get that, don't they have to go through the planning commission and get a conditional use permit to operate? But can they do that actually without a permit from the state? And then why would you even have this pre-application questionnaire? Why wouldn't they go straight to the permit application? It sort of seems backwards. And a certificate of occupancy, then they're going to need to have all of the inspections done. for mechanical and electrical and all of that, it just seems a little out of order.
So what's the intent?
I don't know. Why the pre-application questionnaire? I mean, why are they asking that in the pre-application questionnaire? I'm fine if you want to think about it and come back at the next meeting.
Yeah, no, I think I do. You know, we looked at the Ann Arbor procedure, and doesn't seem like, it seems like we would ask if they had filed applications for zoning compliance. I think that the certificate of occupancy question is really not one we would ask here, but does have the legal possession or ownership of the business. I think that is one we would want to know. Possibly we could change question 1 to say zoning compliance application, and essentially at that we confirm that the site is eligible based on the zoning ordinance, but the actual compliance permit doesn't happen until all the procedures happen. So that should really say application. And the certificate of occupancy, maybe we could change question 2 to something, have they applied to the state for preliminary approval?
Okay, I'll let you
I think
fix
that would make it actually a valuable document, but
Okay.
those are good questions for sure.
When do they submit the permit fee? Because it has it submit with application fee on the pre-application and on the permit application.
I would think that the permit application would happen with the site plan application and conditional use application. That's the way I would want to handle it. We would want all this information to consider during the conditional use approval process. So
Is that during the pre-application?
Oh,
Or
well,
the application?
It's not saying the 5,000 is with the pre-application. It says attaches completed questionnaire to the permit application
Thank
and
you.
submit with the,
Okay.
$5,000 fee, yeah.
Okay. Getting too late to read all this.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. All right. Okay, does anyone else have any issues with the permit application?
So what did we decide in the 5,000? I missed that.
It's at the application stage, because it
So they
says
have-
attach this completed questionnaire to the permit application and submit the fee.
Okay, got it.
Are we still at the pre-application questionnaire?
Yes.
That's where, okay, make sure I'm still with you here on this.
I'd like to, what happens if they pay the 5,000 on the pre-app and they don't get any, is it refunded or?
Yeah, they don't have to pay it on the pre-app. They pay it at the application stage.
I thought it was on both or something.
Yeah, I just misread it.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
You were trying to make money.
so now we're
That's my
on the permit application.
So did we
No,
vote on this?
we haven't.
No, do we have to?
We haven't voted on this yet.
Do we have to
Yeah,
vote on
of
this?
course.
He's going to clean it up and give it back to
No,
us.
let's vote on the changes.
All right, the changes are, has the business filed a zoning compliance application? Yes or
Make a
no?
motion.
And the other change is, have you applied for a permit from the state of Michigan, right?
Yes.
For a state license. For a
Okay, for a
license.
state license.
These are pre-questions?
Yeah, and the last one, does the business have legal possession? So,
That stays, right?
yeah, so we're getting rid of the middle question.
And then the other change was down at
The township planning
the
department.
township
right?
planning department.
Instead of clerk.
Okay.
Yeah, and taking out the extension.
Yeah.
Do we ask for any kind of verification that they've done this?
Well, we should have a clue. They're applying to us, but
Right, but they say yes,
Oh.
this is my business. Do they provide us with proof, or do we have to take the extra step and figure that out?
Legal possession. I don't know. Should they submit proof of ownership?
And proof that they applied and everything, or?
Yes. Yeah, put the
Okay.
work on them for
I think
sure.
they should do the legwork and we
Yeah.
follow up on the
Yes.
legwork.
They should supply it. When
We're
they
not gonna
fill
take
this in, maybe we have to have, and that should be
With
attached.
attachments.
Okay.
Good point.
Well, they may not be the owner.
Well, they have to be the owner.
Well, it says right here, note that the permit application requires these items to be attached and all subject to township review. So they're talking about this application.
Are they?
Or if you want, you can change that permit application to pre-application questionnaire.
It's getting too late.
That's not running together.
So maybe we can give direction to Mr. Lippens is that I want, or I would like as one board member to have these attachments. When they fill out this form, instead of saying yes, I want them to have the attachment that they own the property.
Yeah,
I want them to have the attachment that they have applied for the state license.
yeah.
So however you need to word it to incorporate that, I'm good.
Yeah.
Do they have to
Could
be
we
the
make
owner?
that as a separate motion after we do this
Yes, I think
motion?
actually you do, even in the, to get the state license. They're going to make you be the owner.
All right, I had the three changes, the filed the application, eliminating the number 2 and replacing it with have you applied for a state license, and then the township planning department is where it goes. And, okay.
And you need to, for the item 2 and 3, you need to submit paperwork, show proof.
Attachments.
The attached document
Okay,
of proof, something like that.
okay. Attached documents of proof. Okay, is that good enough?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Wait.
I'll give you
You've
this
got
page.
3 different changes to one motion.
Yep.
This is
Okay.
an amendment to the motion, right?
Well,
The
okay.
original motion to approve the pre-application questionnaire.
Thanks for keeping us on track, Lisa.
And so you are making a motion to amend it to,
Right.
one, change that it be returned to the planning department rather than the clerk.
Right, that's correct.
To change the question,
Number 1,
has the business submitted a zoning compliance application to be, or has the business received a zoning compliance
No.
permit to?
no, has the business filed a zoning compliance application?
Right, so it's
Okay.
from the question stated to, has the business submitted a zoning compliance application? Is that what you're?
No, it was, has the business received a zoning compliance permit? I can give you the actual paper.
No, I know what it was. What do you want to
Okay.
change it to?
I wanted to
Has-
change it to, has the business filed a zoning compliance application?
Right, filed rather than submitted.
Yeah, I guess. Yes.
And
Same thing.
has the business received a certificate of occupancy should be changed to, has the applicant applied for a state license? That's the
Yes.
second set of changes. The
Yes.
third one is
The-
that.
And then under 1 and 2, you should put attached document of proof for
Right.
each one.
I'm sorry.
Attached document
Document
of proof for number 1 and number 2
Okay.
and 3.
Yeah.
Documents of proof. Yeah.
Attached documents of proof for number 1, 2, and 3.
Documents proving your answers are correct.
For
1, 2, and 3.
1, 2, and 3.
items 1 and
1, 2, and 3.
for those questions or for something else? I'm sorry.
For those questions.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the amendment to the motion. It's made by
Yep.
Charlie and supported by.
Got it. Oh,
Okay, Chalkley, Otto?
I can do it.
Okay. Any more discussion?
Yes, I have one question.
Okay, what?
For either our attorney or Lippens. Do you have to own the property before you can get a license? You can't, I'm asking the question, do you have to own the property? That doesn't make sense to me, but,
Could be a condition of sale. He's got a good point.
I mean, you,
So, the legal possession or ownership of the business location.
Okay, so
I think legal possession could be demonstrated by
could be a lease.
However,
Okay, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Go ahead, tell me.
well, yeah, no, so I think a lease would show legal possession to operate a business in a location. But what I would say is that a conditional use is an approval that runs with the land.
That's correct.
So we would want the application to have probably be signed by an owner or be party to an owner. So it could be made by someone who is leasing a business, but we probably would want at least the conditional use application to be signed by an owner as well.
Yeah, because once you get it, you got it forever.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Well, unless it's abandoned, it can be abandoned.
That's right.
Or it can be abandoned for less than a year.
6 months is usually.
Is it 6 months?
Yeah.
I thought it was a year.
Okay, ready to vote, everybody? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes 7-0. Now we're back to the original motion to accept the pre-application questionnaire and, well, are we just on the pre-application? Okay.
Pre-application questionnaire.
Okay, and that was a motion by Chick and support by Otto. And so it is the pre-application questionnaire as amended.
Support? No.
We have Chick Otto already. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. That passes 7-0. Okay. Now, the permit application. Anybody have any issues?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Well, if you look at the growers, it says Class A, Class B, Class C, Medical B,
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
and adult use, so.
Yep. I thought about that a long time. We should just scratch out B. So they're doing Class A, Class B, Class C, and then you can choose medical or adult use. So the
Right.
B shouldn't be there.
Is adult use a legal term?
Yeah, is that?
It's recreational.
It's a new
It's the-
legal term.
it's the
Okay,
new
so
legal
that,
term.
and that was my other question. Do these terms used here match up with the legal documents that the state has? I guess I'm asking Mr. Lippin.
Lippins?
Yeah, I think the intent there was to have medical A, medical B, medical C as well.
Yep.
You can.
Because those are the defined uses we're recommending for the ordinance.
Okay.
I'm also seeing that micro business is not on this list too. So.
That's correct. Yep,
What's
that
that?
needs to be added. So so as a board, what motion do I want to make? Do we want to make it so it's Class A, medical Class A, medical Class B?
I think we
Okay,
should
so,
have it redone and brought
so I'll
back
make
up.
a motion that for the type of permits requested is that we define the classes Class A, Class B, Class C by medical, Class A, Class B, Class C by recreational. Is that the
Or adult use.
adult use now? Okay. And that we add the micro business.
I'll support.
Okay, motion by Zelnok, support by Chick. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? That passes 7-0.
I think that's all that I had on that document.
And then the scoring criteria.
Yeah,
I don't think I don't know that it's important at this point.
Well, I think we need one, but I think this is way too complex.
I
and
got
too
a
much.
comment on the subject here that we're discussing, basically this whole, we opted out tonight until November
5th.
12th?
12.
12th, yes.
Do we need to notify Laura that we're opted out at that point? Because November 1st, I believe they may do something. So we
No.
need to notify them that we're opted out, and if that changes, we notify them otherwise after
I
the
don't know,
election.
have we told them we've
Well,
opted
A lot
out
of people
yet?
aren't even reporting to the state.
Right.
You don't have to.
You need to let them know you opted out.
No, don't have to.
Yes, you need to let them know you opted out.
Can we have Mr. Ains, could you please look into that to see if
Yeah.
we need to let the
We should
state?
notify that we've opted out, and
If
if
it's
that
mandated.
changes after the 5th, we notify them otherwise of the change.
I didn't think we had to notify them, but I thought
You
they were
need to
asking.
notify that we opt out, yes.
Doesn't need to be an argument.
Otherwise, you're automatically opted in.
I want to do my motion.
Have
I've
we
made a
notified
note
them
of it,
so far?
I'll look at-
Pardon?
I said I've made a note of it, so I'll look.
Thank you. All right.
That's very important, very
So-
important. We don't want the November 1st people getting permits from the state to find that we're not opted in.
Okay. Better follow up with that. So, yeah, go ahead.
Nope, you go.
So I was just saying that I think, did we have like Grand Rapids has one?
Right.
So
yeah.
Mr. Lippens, if you could maybe look at the Grand Rapids scoring and see how that compares as
Yeah,
opposed to this.
we can bring that back with this to, to discuss, have
Right.
basically a second model you could choose.
Right.
Or if there's elements from one that you like, we could do that.
Yeah.
Could we have all documents updated and the scoring model provided to us at the next meeting?
Yes, please.
I don't know. Can you do it, Mr. Lippens?
What would be really helpful to me would be to have the opportunity to review the minutes. So I did take notes. It just helps
Okay.
the way it's reflected in the minutes. So.
All right, so then one after that? I don't know.
No, they don't
You're
have.
cutting it awful close.
We're
How
cutting
soon-
it close, so I
how
would
soon-
rather
Okay.
get as much as we can done.
How soon will we have
We
the
said
minutes?
it has to be on every meeting.
Put your roller skates on, Paul.
Lisa,
Yeah, I
do
mean,
you-
I could review draft minutes.
Okay.
That I don't have to have the adopted minutes, but
Okay, but we want the materials Tuesday at 3. So that's next Tuesday at 3.
yeah, I
Just
think that
warning
that's-
you, yeah.
I think that's tough.
You can
I
watch it
think
on
we
live
should-
stream.
That,
I've done
Lisa,
that.
do you know roughly when you'll have the draft minutes?
I will do my very best to get it done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Tonight?
you.
The sooner
Yeah, just-
we leave, the sooner I get to work.
that's right, okay.
So as soon as we get them, we can
I
send them to you.
think that
Paul.
is a great big hint.
Yeah,
So, go ahead.
okay.
I would just, I think that the second meeting is more realistic, considering I've got to draft a whole new scoring process. And you're talking about wanting the packet next Tuesday.
I don't think we're asking for a whole new
We're gonna
draft.
draft
We're
it
asking
and-
for samples. That's all we're asking for on the scoring. What I asked for is an update on the 2 ordinances. I'd like to have those done,
Okay.
but just have a sample of the Grand Rapids one provided to us,
Or someone else even.
or somebody else even.
I have,
Less
Okay, yeah, that's
I'm not
doable.
we're not asking you to revise anything on
Okay.
the scoring process.
Yep, and if I could look at the draft minutes beforehand, I think we could do that by next Tuesday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Miss Chick.
Okay, so I want to be very clear that if anybody thinks of any changes beyond this meeting, that they bring them to the next meeting. Please do not send them to Mr. Lippens or or if you're going to do that, that's fine, then make sure you send them to everybody, because when changes are going to Mr. Lippens and they're showing up on, or whoever, any of our consultants showing up and document changes that the board's not aware of, the board doesn't get a chance to discuss those changes before they're actually put
For
into
a
a
review.
document for approval. So I'm just asking about text changes or language changes. I'm not talking about commas or semicolons or misspelled words or even substituting words, because just substituting a word can change the meaning of a sentence. Any changes that have to, or people want to be made, have to be made at the board meeting so that the board can discuss those changes so that they're aware of what, and everybody gets input on it. One person should not be allowed anywhere, staff, board member, whoever, to make a change in a document that the board has not approved.
You need to make a motion.
You need to make, yeah, I am.
You need to make a motion right now.
Right,
And-
okay.
And let's get it voted
I'm
on.
on it, all right. You say, I move to establish policy that neither individual board members nor Northfield staff may edit, add, or delete any text language in any document submitted to the board for approval prior to review and discussion by the entire board at a scheduled or special board meeting.
I support.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Chick and support by Ms. Otto.
I'd like to make a friendly...
Discussion.
I got some discussion on that.
Yeah, and I'd like
Okay.
to make a friendly amendment that spelling errors, commas can be entered. It'd be corrected before it comes to the board.
And, yeah, I'm not talking, like I said, spelling errors or commas or whatever.
So you said anything.
Any.
Text language.
Text language.
Language.
So is
Okay.
this, is it text language of ordinances or
Any
Any
memos
document
or?
that is going towards the board for approval.
Yeah, If another,
Okay,
if
a
a
document
consultant
that's getting
is
approved.
sending a memo
Okay.
or a document to the board to go on the agenda, it should be what that consultant sends us. If our staff or our individual board member is actually proofreading for that consultant, we should be charging them for proofreading because.
No
you know,
kidding.
Yeah, seriously, that's some time
Okay.
and money out of our pocket. So if they make a mistake, it's on them.
Okay, well, I did read through several memos, and tenses were wrong. I mean, we still have Buena Vista in here, you know, so sometimes there's issues because things are copied or from prior meetings, and, you know, it isn't a problem if it comes as a draft. Jennifer regularly corrects things that I give her. She'll notice something is stated wrong or could have been stated better, and she'll let me know. And I know she looks at Steve's stuff, and I look at other stuff.
But she works for you. We're not consultant or a vendor.
It's not something that the board has to
Or a contracted
approve.
vendor.
Pardon?
It's not something the board has to approve.
Yeah.
Right, so a memo, something that the board doesn't have to approve, if it can be better written, I think it should be, I have no reason to not tell somebody that they could at least make it less confusing.
I don't think our office staff needs to be doing the correction
Yes,
for
for a
our
consultant,
vendors.
yes.
Well, I agree with that.
If there are issues, send it back to the consultant. We shouldn't be enabling shoddy work. We just send it back.
Or anything that
And-
comes from the commission or another board.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, the bottom line here is that we're enabling the inefficiencies of inefficiencies. I mean, that's really what it is. And it's costing the township duplicate work, it's costing us, it's costing the taxpayers. I mean, it's very inappropriate, and I understand, I read Jennifer's email and everything, and I understand where it's coming from, but the problem is who is directing her to authorize to make these changes? The board hasn't authorized her to make any changes. So she should not be making any changes unless it's authorized by the board.
Well, she didn't do anything with these memos, I did, you know, because I noticed there were.
Well, a board
lot of
member shouldn't be
inaccuracies.
changing them either.
Well, I was recommending changes
Shouldn't-
because of
shouldn't
spelling errors.
Shouldn't recommend it.
So, I mean, we'll be able to find them. We get them all the time.
Well,
So
how did,
our planner, I don't like them going out like that.
well, how did we end up with 500 foot on this? I mean, because you said you helped
It was an
Mr.
error.
Lippens to work on this as well. I'm kind of curious how that even happened.
She's from the planning commission.
That was my
Yes.
mistake in reading the instructions that came with the minutes. And so I
Okay.
meant to clarify that earlier.
Okay, thank you.
I
Yeah,
I
you
looked
did
to the
mention it
minutes
earlier.
for what I should be doing for the changes, and I looked at that, and I made a mistake on which changes I should be making.
Yeah, I didn't make the changes. I reminded him changes weren't made that we approved.
So
Okay,
to be
thank
clear,
you.
Ms. Chick, your motion, does that allow spelling errors to be corrected or not?
I
Okay.
would prefer nothing corrected.
Nothing corrected?
So my comment.
And so that means if
I can
there's
bump 'em.
spelling errors, are we going to, is that going to be put on the, so let's take the marijuana ordinance. It's a
If there
hot
was a
topic.
spelling error, yep, it would be put on the way it was.
Or should it be
And then
excluded?
we question.
Should it be excluded? 'Cause
And then we question it. Why was it spelled with a J and or an H?
Okay, well, okay, so you're saying that material can come to the board that's incomplete and maybe not accurate.
Right.
And then,
Well, it
But-
shouldn't be incomplete. It could be inaccurate, and then
and
we question
inaccurate,
it.
and then we have
I
to
think we've done that
revisit.
all the time.
Yeah, okay, revisit.
And repay.
Or are you
hours.
saying that we
Yeah.
can get something in and one of the office staff can say, you might want to look at this over without us seeing it? Or are you
Or
saying
might,
no?
or the office staff may go back to the vendor and say,
Right, but you're
you
just
need
saying.
to correct this before
You're just
you
saying,
submit
And what if
it."
there's not enough
township
time?
people
But not
don't correct it, just
Yeah.
the
One person at a
vendor will
time.
correct.
Okay.
That's all it is. You're saying just keep, the office staff can recommend, hey, we see something in error here, send it back to the vendor, they fix it and bring it back. Not the office staff make the correction.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's fine.
Well, when we're putting the packet together,
Well, then
a
it's
lot of
not
times
included.
we did, yeah, we're
It's wrong,
looking
don't
at
include
it
it.
going, you know, this isn't right, or it could be, you know,
Then pip it.
we can pull stuff off.
Well,
and
to
then
me,
the
if
board will
there's,
be upset.
if there's delays because somebody does not provide the correct information, or they provide shoddy work, or not quality work, then it's not, I understand, but if they don't, you can bring it to their attention, but nobody from the, it should not go from the vendor's hands to our office staff to correct it and then to the board. It should not.
They send it back corrected.
Can I offer?
I do not know what they're correcting.
Can I offer something to this? So, in this instance, like the word commercial was misspelled with 3 M's. I certainly apologize for that, but it seems, it doesn't seem to me like the type of error that needs to go in your packet.
Right.
It's not like anyone else makes that change. Maybe Jennifer will see that there was 3 M's in commercial. I didn't see it. And she'll tell me, and I'll fix it and send it back so it doesn't come in your.
And that's
in your,
all we're asking.
Yeah, and it's not like they're spending a lot of time. They look at it, they see, oh, there's 3 M's in commercial. Sometimes you miss that.
Oh, we do.
I guess what I would say is that, you know, the purpose of having rules for packet preparation is to review your packet before it goes out.
Exactly.
And, you know, the other thing I'd want to offer is we're all on the same team here. You know, I'm working really hard to get the things to you that you want with additional information.
Yep.
And really high quality work. And I do that with dedication. And then when you ask me to get it to you by next Tuesday, I say, okay, I'm going to do it. But if you know, if you want to, you know, make rules about whether or not I can fix it, if I have support staff, people working, if we're all on the same team, I might have to say, no, well, really, I need more time. You know, I don't want to say that. I want to work with you to get things done as quickly as possible. And I'm balancing your need for more information with your need for speed.
So I agree with you. I do agree with you. But I don't want us to use the excuse that it means delays, or we can't put it in the packet, or we have to give it back to the vendor, and let's not do it that way. Let's just have our office staff do it. And it really isn't the responsibility of our office staff. It should go back to you. And if it means
does.
that it's delayed, then it means that it's delayed. I mean, that's really what it means.
For sure, I'm good with that. I just want to be clear about, you know, the process. The intent is to get the material you requested in a timely manner into your packet.
Well, there's 2 or 3 people here just fighting this thing. Why don't, I mean, I believe we should just
We
vote.
vote?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we've done enough.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave at 11 o'clock, I'm gonna tell you that right now.
I am too.
Okay,
So-
we're calling the question. So the question is, again,
Motion.
yeah, what's your motion again? I know you sent it
I
out,
move
but
to
email.
establish policy that neither individual board members nor Northfield staff may edit, add, or delete any text language in any document submitted to the board for approval prior to review and discussion by the entire board at a scheduled or special board meeting.
Okay,
And I
so-
supported it.
Okay. And I need to understand what text is.
A sentence or
A word.
A word. Like, is it a memo, or is it an ordinance? Is it a?
Anything
what
that
is
we
it?
vote on.
Anything?
comes from someone else other than the individual board member.
Okay. Okay. Then I want to draft a day earlier.
Gotta make a policy.
Huh?
Have to change
We
the
have to make a
policy.
policy, you know, we really do. So.
What was that?
She wants to extend another day
I want
on
to
to
draft a
the
day
review.
early. I mean, if we have to look at it to see if it's.
There's a motion on the floor. Let's vote on it.
That's what we're saying. You don't look at it, just submit it to the board.
Do we need a roll call vote on this? or-
I don't need to have
Yeah.
stuff to be.
Yes, probably.
I think
I
it's,
do.
it's picky, anyway. Okay.
Well, I
But
think
roll
what's
call
picky
vote.
is that you're not being transparent.
What's,
Or you're changing things before it comes to the board.
Can we call the question?
Yeah.
yeah.
Docket,
Yes.
Bellinger,
Yes.
Zelenak,
Yes.
Manley, yes. Otto,
Yes.
Chick,
Yes.
Chockley.
Yes.
All right.
But I will
So-
bump stuff if it's not ready.
Yep, so I actually have another motion I'd like to make. I would like that the changes requested by the board at a meeting are to be included in a memo or through the minutes with the location, including page number of the changes, and this is to be included in the next package that that item comes to the board. Yes, the changes requested by the board at a meeting are to be included in a memo or through the minutes with the location, including the page number of the changes, and this is to be included in the package when the item returns to the board,
Provided by who?
provided by whoever owns the agenda item. I'll add that, provided by whoever owns the agenda item.
So, like tonight, we had changes on this ordinance, the marijuana thing, so you're saying Mr. Lippens is gonna return? Is he the one who owns this? Who
Yes.
owns this?
He would own
Or-
it, and
He's gonna
whoever
bring-
prepares the package. So, Mr. Lippens, as you may have, I did, is I read the items and I said, some of the changes are not here. I went back to the July 23rd meeting and listened to it for 2 hours.
Yep.
So what I think this would provide is,
minutes right
here's a
here.
list of the changes that the board made, here's the page you'll find them, and then we will make sure those changes come to the board because we repeatedly get documents, 2 meetings, and we're not getting, and this, Mr. Lippens, I agree, we are a team, this is not the only item. This has done with the employee manual,
And you're not the
independent
only
contracts.
vendor.
Huh?
And you're not the only vendor.
And you're not the, and then just, it would, so instead of 7, 9 of us looking at it to say, did it happen, what was it to happen? And that's why it would save us all some time, and if we don't have the changes, then we don't put the document on. So that's my motion.
Okay. Okay, motion by Zelnok and support by Chick. Okay, more, a tad bit of discussion. Would strike-throughs, I mean, you know how that doesn't work? I think that should be
Copies with a list of changes. It's really hard to read
with the
with the
strike-throughs.
strike-throughs.
I
yeah.
agree, I agree.
Okay.
Very confusing.
You know, unless you don't know how to do redlining, because redlining
And print it in.
identifies who made the changes, when the
Right.
date the changes were made, that type of thing. If you don't know how to do it, then I wouldn't take it any other way.
All right, so,
And if we need to print it in color, print it in color.
Okay.
If that makes it more legible.
All right, so clean copy, but a list of all the changes that were made.
yeah. And where, the location too
Okay,
is
and
key.
the location.
I don't want to have
Okay.
to, you know, if it's page 5 and now it's page 8 or 6, I don't want to have to be, I don't want to have to hunt and peck it.
Yeah, it is a lot of work to try to find out what isn't changed.
Exactly.
Why is this not what we thought it was, and then why I got to
Yep,
try to find out
exactly.
why and what meeting it was
Right.
that I thought it was different.
Yep, exactly. I spent a lot of time going through a lot of the notes.
Okay. Are we ready to vote on this one?
Yep.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you, that passes. 7-0, 7-0, okay. All right, we're done with all of that. And we tabled everything else.
Was there anything that we need to visit in the township manager's update?
We tabled it.
Tabled, it's all tabled.
Okay.
There is, but it's tabled.
Yep. So you can talk to Mr. Ains on the side and get whatever you need to know from that.
No, I have changes, so I don't think that's going to work.
Changes?
I think it needs to be discussed at the board meeting.
Yeah, we should talk about the process again.
I would also like to make a motion to suspend or table the correspondence and announcements and then go directly to the second call of the public.
Yes, please. They've been waiting a very long time. If
Okay.
anybody wants to
I made
say.
the motion. Are you seconding?
Support.
I'm
Okay.
seconding.
So we have a motion by Otto and support by Chick to suspend the correspondence and announcements. Okay. Second call to the public. Oh, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay. 7-0. All right, second call to the public. Feel free to come up and speak. Name, address, 3 minutes. Please hold the microphone up to your mouth so we can hear you well. Thank you. Turn on, yeah, sorry.
This is Dylan Atkinson, 17 Anna Drive. I just want to make a quick couple statements. When you guys do figure this out, I think you should make it clearly stated where we should go first on filling out these licenses. Do we come to you guys first? Do we go to the state first? Because it's kind of a big circle at this point. That's what it sounds like. So that's one thing I would recommend maybe putting in. And another thing is too is Docket said you guys are down like $50,000 or something. You know, any one of these experienced growers that could get a license could easily profit in a small space, you know, $100,000, you know, hypothetically, theoretically, you know. So that's just one person. Just something to think about on any other debts you guys have incurred township-wise. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay.
Stan Wutka, 5985 Leland Drive. Okay, where I left off at. I have come to the conclusion that this effort for marijuana in our township boils down to 2 major reasons. Yes, there's some minor ones, but the first major reason is the users. They're concerned about losing the right to marijuana. Sorry, that's not our agenda, so go ahead and smoke. Second major reason is money. There's a lot of money to be made, and these money people don't care about the consequences because these businesses will have on residents. After attending the pro-marijuana business info and seeing other people show up to the meeting, different meetings, the board meetings and planning commission meetings, all they want is the township for its money. When board members don't listen to those who voted them in, me, and other people up here, I'm afraid I can't trust you guys. What needs to be done, in my opinion, is a disclosure agreement statement that needs to be made and signed by every township board member and every planning commission member. That states they themselves, immediate family members, their spouses, life partners, or anyone that resides at their residences has no financial interest in any business to do with marijuana, cannabis, hemp, or any other name you want to call it under the ordinance. And that would also apply to any mutual funds or stock, marijuana mutual funds or stock, that you don't have any. And then also, it would also include that anyone that, any of those that would sign the disclosure agreement, that the same group of people or their relatives and relationships, I just said, would not sell or transfer any real estate in the next 5 years to a person or company that will conduct any marijuana, cannabis, or hemp business. And if this happens, all the profits go to the township treasury. If you can't sign and agree to this disclosure document, you should not be allowed to vote on any of these issues, and all previous Vote should be nullified. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, seeing no one. All right, board member comments. Does anybody have anything at this late hour? Ms. Bellinger?
Yeah, that's quite interesting. Good point. Are there board members that maybe have some kind of financial interest in this? That's a valid question. Certainly prohibiting, one wouldn't have much financial interest in prohibition, but certainly in permitting, one may have a financial. That's a good point. Thank you. Thank you for all those that came out, even those that I don't agree with. Thanks for taking part. Thanks for being here. And wish anybody who's still watching a wonderful remainder of the week. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dockett?
I have no financial dealings with marijuana, but I can't speak for my family or my friends or relatives. And I don't just about, I mean, everybody's got a doctor or lawyer. Everybody's smoking it. I mean, and every business person I know is doing it. So I don't do it, but just about everybody I know, teachers, priests, cops, they're all smoking. So that's all I got for you tonight.
Okay, anybody down here have anything to add? No? Oh,
Sure, I do.
Okay, Ms. Zelnok?
So I just want people to know. So I take a little exception. I do take exception about having decisions be NIMBY. This is a very new business, and I have put a lot of time and effort and gone through different documents and listened to a lot of our meetings. I've looked at and pulled ordinances and looked at things. And the concern I have is certainly recreational marijuana is all new. So I have a list of conditional uses. I can go anywhere and see those conditional uses. I cannot go anywhere and see a micro business. And so I don't know what that looks like. And it's a conditional use, so it runs with the land forever. And that's my concern. I want to go steady and slow, and let's see what it looks like. We can always add more. We can always change the locations to have more, but we can never go back. And I have put a lot of time into this topic, and and I will continue to do that, to come up with what I think is the best decision for the township, not me personally. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody down here? Ms. Manley?
Again, come out and vote November 5th. Get your absentee applications in if that's a better use for you. And then to kind of piggyback off Ms. Zelenak, again, the NIMBY comment was kind of uncalled for. That's almost like the sewer discussion, so if we're not on sewer, we don't get to vote, or our vote doesn't mean as much. So, what was that?
There's all signs all over the place that say NIMBY, not in my backyard.
Right.
Yeah.
But you called out the board members as they were voting as a NIMBY.
It is a NIMBY vote. I didn't call everybody a NIMBY.
It's the NIMBY vote.
Well, the people that voted yes, we know what the intent was. So again, we all vote fair. And if anybody has any issues again about the clerk's office, please call me, please email me, and have a good night.
I have a question. When are you going to start sending out the absentees?
They went out Monday.
Oh, I didn't get mine yet.
I think Monday or Tuesday.
Thank you.
It should be in the mail.
All right, thank you.
We just got ballots on Saturday.
Okay. Ms. Otto?
So being an employee of the company I work for, I am under a federal, I come under federal statutes, which means that I cannot have any criminal record, I can't have anything. I have, because of the type of work that we do for the state of Michigan, so no, I have not. And I do not have any affiliations, nor do I intend to.
mutual funds.
Ms. Chick?
Yeah, I take offense to the fact that the insinuation was that any of our board members would be involved in anything untoward with the marijuana business. I will sign a document tomorrow saying I'm not, or anybody in my family. I don't even have friends that do. So I wish, I'd like the money, but no. Also, on the MTA in our last, or the one before that, there was a blurb in there that people that come up to the call to this public do not have to give their address if they don't want to.
That's correct.
Actually, it's really a security issue more than anything.
As long as they spell their names nice and slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't even have to give their name. So,
No?
No,
Oh, they don't?
they
Then why do
don't.
we make them?
No, we just ask them to.
Oh, well, don't we always say, give them your name?
Yep, we
Curious.
do.
I thought they had to give the name.
Yeah, their comments might weigh more if we can figure out if they live here, but.
Should I move to adjourn? Oh, you need to speak.
I want to say something that, when I took this, when I ran to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the township. I'm concerned about the health of mostly the children. The adults, they make their decisions, but the kids don't necessarily. And I've got a son who studies lung cancer, and I know that breathing in marijuana, they breathe in the tar and they breathe in those materials, and it does cause problems in people's lungs. And a lot of times, the cancer will spread even before anybody knows it's there. So I just have a lot of concern for our kids, and the fact that kids think it's more acceptable if it's right next door and everybody's using it. And I guess it's the world we live in now, but it's not healthy and it's not safe. And now if you're going to die of cancer in a year and it might help you feel better, that's another thing, But, when you're young, we worry about radon. We should be worried about what's going in our kids' lungs. We worry about what we're going to feed them. We worry about our water. We worry about our air. But we seem to not worry about secondhand marijuana smoke. So I'm just concerned about it. I think that our citizens need to weigh it carefully and decide. And I think that the election is going to at least cause people to think about it and decide one way or the other. So that's my 2 cents. Move to adjourn.
Support.
Motion by Chalkley, support by
We're
Bellinger. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.